Test. Okay. Alright, so I feel like death warmed up, thus the deep voice, okay? Be kind. So Vanity Fair just dropped a new article that has a ton of Lord of the Rings of Power spoilers, and that's why we're here. That's why I am live. Let's go through it. I haven't looked at it yet. I knew it was coming out. I had planned on getting up early, and then I got sick overnight. So I feel horrible, but that's the life of a content creator. So you get deep voice Chris today with new hair, who dis. And we'll go through the Vanity Fair article bit by bit. I am live over on Twitch and YouTube. Please head over to YouTube. Link is in my bio. We're gonna actually look at the article there. You'll be able to look at it with me, and we'll be able to zoom in and have fun and do all that jazz. But here on TikTok, we're not gonna be able to do so much. You're just gonna be listening to me freak out in a deep voice because I'm really not feeling great. Not feeling great. Feeling like a saggy massive sack of shit. Oh, shit. Big ol' motherfucking duffel bag of shit. That's totally how I feel. All day, all shit. But hopefully my voice and my body will warm up a little bit and we'll be okay. There will be a lot of sipping water today. But welcome everybody, welcome, welcome, welcome. Anybody who's on TikTok, please head over to YouTube. You'll be able to look at the article with me and get really excited. So, let's take a look, shall we? I'm super excited, but I'm like not feeling great. maybe the article will make me not feel sick anymore. It'll be like magic. I'm all for that. Okay. So, at least over on YouTube and Twitch, you guys can now see the article with me. You'll be able to see my reaction, but actually look at the article. So, right off the bat, we have a picture of Galadriel, which is never a bad thing. Never a bad thing at all. Hey, thank you. Yes, this is my Team Erengalen, or Greenwood, Team Greenwood shirt. Because, like, Greenwood's the frickin' best. He's simply the best. You're better than all the rest. Okay, let's close this. Alright, so, excitement. Let's take a look at the article. Amazon's Lord of the Rings series rises inside the Rings of Power. We got a picture of Galadriel. Morfydd Clark is gorgeous. Can't wait. Cannot wait. So, water equals shipwreck, perhaps? We'll see. And despite my voice being utter crap, I am going to basically read the article aloud, so anybody who is over on TikTok and isn't heading over to my Twitch or YouTube, please go to YouTube. If you're not planning on switching over, you'll at least be able to, you know, hear what the article is about, even if you won't be able to see the pictures with me. Alright. One show to rule them all, the first look at a billion-dollar saga set thousands of years before J.R.R. Tolkien's legendary trilogy. Shout out to Anthony Bresnikan and Joanna Robinson, who are the authors of this article. Thank you. I knew this article was coming out, guys. I did not wake up early because I was kind of sick last night. Not feeling great, but let's do it. I'm so excited. Okay. Galadriel's world is in a raging sea, far from the wise, ethereal elven queen that Cate Blanchett brought to Peter Jackson's acclaimed films. The Galadriel played by Morfydd Clark in Amazon's upcoming series, The Lord of the Rings of Power, is thousands of years younger, as angry and brash as she is clever, and certain that evil is looming closer than anyone realizes. That sounds accurate. I mean, Galadriel is not just this ethereal, peaceful being. Galadriel kicks some butt. She's powerful, she's older than a lot of the other elves around, you know, even in the Second Age. She's one of the oldest remaining elves in Middle-earth outside of the native Sindar, Sylvan, Nandor populations. So, she old. Alright. By episode 2, her warnings set her adrift, literally and figuratively, until she's struggling for survival on a raft in the storm-swept, sundering seas, so the Belegaer. Alongside a mortal castaway named Halbrand, played by Charlie Wickers, who is a new character introduced in the show. I was going to say that is not an official character to my knowledge. Well, official meaning original to the story. Hi everybody, hi everyone on TikTok. Please head over to my YouTube channel. I'm reading through the article, and you can actually see the article as I read it. So please head over there. Gonna be looking at all the pretty images. I'm assuming there are a lot. I'm so excited too. I'm just not feeling great today. Thus me being super late. What is it, like 11? It's like 11. This article went live too many hours ago. Because it was 8 Eastern, so that's like 6 a.m. here. So yeah, like 5 hours ago, this article dropped. I knew it was coming, and I couldn't manage it. Oh. But let's keep reading, shall we? Okay. If you do want to see the article, please head over to my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel has the setup, so you can see the article with me. Kavanika, hi, I got your at, and that's, like, it's what pulled me out of my stupor. Because I'm not feeling well. I decided sleep was more important than content creation this morning. Joke was on me, the sleep didn't really help. But, new hair, who dis? I'm looking short-haired elvish. Booyah. I should put my ears on. You wouldn't be able to see them underneath my headset, but they'd be there. Alright, back to the article. I'm excited. Let's keep this moving. Alright, so she is adrift with a new character named Halbrand. Halbrand. Alright, new character introduced to the show. Galadriel is fighting for the future. Halbrand is running from the past. Okay. Their entwined destinies are just 2 of the stories woven together for a TV series that, if it works, could become a global phenomenon. Yeah, if it works is honestly the most important part of that sentence. Please make it work. Please make it make sense. Alright, if it falls short, it could become a cautionary tale for anyone who, to quote J.R.R. Tolkien, delves too greedily and too deep. Psh. Alright, Amazon's show, which debuts on Prime Video on September 2nd, is based not on a Tolkien novel per se, but on the vast backstory he laid out in the appendices to the Lord of the Rings trilogy. And Sword of the Silmarillion. I'm just sneaking it in there. Edition is mine. The 5 seasons will likely... Wow, 5 seasons. I'm still excited that they greenlit 5 seasons. It means they're probably already setting up to film season 2, even though season 1 is just now concluded and in editing. Okay. 5 seasons will likely cost the studio well over $1 billion. That's so much money. That kind of budget might decimate most other studios, but Tolkien, like space travel, is a personal obsession for Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. Jeffrey Bezos, you did it! Who's among the richest people in the world, we know. You really did not have to point that out, Vanity Fair, but thank you. Good morning, Iron Lily, welcome. Oh, thank you, Kavatika. Geek out with me in spirit, thank you so much. 5 seasons, yes. That's not news. 5 seasons were greenlit from the get-go. Bezos can have this one thing acceptable, like one acceptable thing about him. I mean, at least he has good taste, right? Not in anything else, but in, Lord of the Rings. Okay. This is a big ticket business venture that will allow him to create the most expensive, elaborate TV series ever made. While Jackson is not connected to the project, his movies, as well as their spiritual successor, The Game of Thrones, proved that there is a massive audience for immersive fantasy. Of course, many have tried to capture that same audience, and few have survived or thrived. And we have another image. So this tells us immediately, this image that I'm looking at over on my YouTube channel, this tells us that it was indeed Galadriel in the silver fitted armor with the dagger that looks like the two trees of Valinor. Ugh, I'm so excited. So excited for that dagger. Heck yes. She's looking good. The armor does look a little bit more old-styled, but it's still got all the elven lines. There's a radiance pattern on the chest plate, which is what I thought it might be, because in the picture that we got before on the Lord of the Rings on Prime Twitter, we could see that there were these lines on the upper portion of the chest plate, and I was like, I bet you there's a star there. I bet you anything there's a star there. Sure enough, there's a star there. Oh, Emmett, hello. Thank you so much for joining in. And Dork Lordis, thank you. I have new hair. New hair, who dis? Oh, and Emmett, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. They did announce that Season 2 will be filmed in England, though, not New Zealand. Okay, so there's a whole thing about how the Hobbit trilogy specifically completely ruined the film industry down in New Zealand. And they were just looking really in the short term to keep Middle-earth in New Zealand, and it became a whole thing that derailed a bunch of unionization efforts, and they actually made laws in New Zealand that really favored studios over their own people working in the film industry in New Zealand. So the Hobbit trilogy was hugely bad for the New Zealand film industry, even though everyone was very eager to keep the filming of The Lord of the Rings and everything associated with it in New Zealand. So I believe Season 1 of this TV show, The Rings of Power, was filmed in New Zealand, but apparently... hey, from the UK, welcome! Yeah, it's actually a decent time over in the UK if you're joining in, thank you. But Season 2 apparently is going to be in England, and I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Like, everyone wants a piece of this pie. Like, I get that for sure. Everyone wants a piece of this. Because Bezos is spending, like it already said, a huge, an obscene amount of money. And hopefully that's with the intent of making this awesome. But studios, like, it's part of their job, it's part of the bottom line to find the least expensive, best place, right? It's always a numbers game. So I'm not surprised that it moved away from New Zealand. Because despite all of the incentives down in New Zealand, like, the poor film industry down there, I feel bad. Oh, I'm super excited too. So, looking at this image, Vanity Fair first look, we do see kick-ass people don't look at explosions trope. Good guys don't look at explosions, they just walk away. And that's exactly what Galadriel is doing in this image. There's an explosion right behind her, and she's like, yeah, whatever, bye. Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough in Elvish. I can't do that with my brain how it is right now. To come is tol. T-O-L. Trying to think. There's no easy way to say have a go. At least the obscene spending will be more useful than going into space. I mean, yeah, basically. When does it come out? September 2nd. The show will premiere September 2nd, and it should be a weekly episodic release. It's not all gonna drop at once, thank goodness. Which is why the After Power Hour is going to be amazing. So, the After Power Hour is Don Marshall 72's after show that we are going to put on. So that'll be live on his Twitch channel and my YouTube channel, unless he switches it up and starts dual streaming. But he's in the affiliate program on Twitch, so he's not allowed to do that, which means I will probably stream it on my platform on YouTube as well. Ooh, who's my Tolkien character? Saul. Favorite Tolkien character ever? I really am fond of Gwyndor. He's in the story of the Children of Húrin. Completely unrelated to what we're talking about right now, but I do love Gwyndor. Human village or Hobbit village? We don't know. We totally can't tell. There's not enough in the architecture because it's all blurry. I can't tell. It looks like there's a stone floor. It doesn't look like cobblestone. I could be wrong. It looks more put together than what I would think would be a Hobbit village. And I don't see the hobbits doing two-story homes. So I would assume, this is just a general assumption on my part, but I would assume that this is a human village. I could absolutely be wrong, but that's my guess. But I am loving this Feanorian star that we get in the chest piece of Galadriel's armor, even though she's not Feanorian. Really liking the design of her armor, though. Super cool. Total thank you, Gilreen. I appreciate that. I do not have the oomph in my brain right now to deal with, like, instantaneous Elven translation. And again, guys, I'm still learning, okay? Like, I'm not fluent in the language. If anything, Gilreen is. Thank you for always being in my chat. I love it. Do I think this is in the latter half of the season? I have no idea. Article has you stoked but scared. Let's keep reading, because I'm only just starting, and it's a pretty long article. So let's continue. Because of Bezos' immense wealth, the Rings of Power is actually less of a financial risk than it is a reputational one. Amazon needs to definitively make the case that it can produce giant prestige shows, and with this series, it's courting the additional danger of amending and elaborating on the canon of a beloved storyteller. That's what people are worried about, honestly, that they're going to change it in a way that's not true to the original story at all. So we'll see. The showrunners, Patrick McKay and J.D. Payne, are agonizingly aware of the pressure. Under pressure. Their series will juggle 22 stars and multiple storylines from deep within the dwarf mines of the Misty Mountains to the high politics of the elven kingdom of Lindon and the humans' powerful Atlantis-like island Numenor. I'm not one to, like, overly push that there are politics going on in the elven society, but there totally are in Lindon in the Second Age. There aren't too many crazy political times in the Elven Society. I mean, there's the big clash between the Sindar and the Noldor in the First Age. There's that. But that's pretty cut and dry. Like, it's very much just a Thingol puts his foot down and says, no one can speak the Noldoran language. So no one can speak Quenya, I won't have it. These people slayed our kin, we don't like them, they can never come in Doriath, but they are a powerful ally to the Dark Forces, so we will tolerate them. And that's the entire vibe for the First Age. But apart from that, really the Second Age is where you get the most political intrigue in Elven society. Because you have a bunch of different elven populations crammed into Lindon at the same time at the beginning of the Second Age. So, you have the Sindar that have been displaced from Doriath. You have the remnants of the Noldor, especially if there are remnants from the Feanorian crew of Noldor, followers of the Sons of Feanor, because now the Sons of Feanor have either all died. I mean, in the First Age, every Son of Feanor except for Maglor dies. So they're either dead, 6 out of 7, or one is wandering aimlessly, probably never to be seen again, mourning by the shores of the sea, and that is Maglor. But their followers didn't necessarily all go back to Valinor at the end of the First Age, so we could potentially have some of that conflict going on. You have the elves that are native to that area, the green elves, the Lyquindi, which are an off-sect of the Nandor. Excuse me. And then you still have the Nandor, the actual Nandor, which are the Sylvan elves that live in Lothlorien and Greenwood. So there are a lot of different elven populations, and especially in Lindon, they're all kind of churning and trying to figure out, okay, so who's king? Who's in charge? Círdan's been here the longest, but no one really knows what to do with it. So it makes sense to put, like, elven politics into the Second Age. That does make sense. And you do have conflicts with Orfer then leaving and going into Greenwood, with the intent to really just become Greenwood elves. They didn't go there on purpose to colonize the Sylvan, whereas Galadriel does that later on. When she goes to Lorien, it's with the intent of, I'm bringing my people here. And they're like, oh, you're so beautiful, you're so powerful, you can just take us over. And, it's one of my criticisms of the way that Tolkien wrote it. It's a criticism, but that doesn't mean that, it has to be changed. Oh, okay. Getting some stuff from Glam Shatterskull over in chat. Let me click on what you're showing here. No, Eärendil's star is a 6-pointed star. Eärendil's star is 6-pointed. Galadriel would not be aligning herself with Eärendil anyway. It's not her part of the family tree. But, the Feanorian star, it's basically a design choice at this point. Because we're seeing it on a child of Finarfin, which is not accurate. Finarfin's family crest looks completely different. It's actually very smooth. I have it as one of my voice filter buttons on my loop deck. It's the one I use for every elf ever. Yeah, everyone's being snarky. Ah yes, Galadriel, well known for being a huge fan of Feanor. The snark. Thank you, Tea with Tolkien. I approve. I don't have a huge issue with this. It is a design choice. You're basically saying that all stars are equal. Kind of. But the Feanorian star is an 8-pointed star, with 4 being the larger points and then 4 smaller points. Specifically Feanorian. But other parts of the Noldor still used stars in their various heraldries. So, at least Gil-galad had 4-pointed stars and I believe 6-pointed stars in his heraldry. And Gil-galad is the Elven King who ends up ruling in this part of the Second Age. So if he's around and people are swearing fealty to him, then the stars still make sense. They're not the correct number of points, but the star theme is still valid. And then Arundir, who is Elrond's father, did have a Silmaril take it over to Valinor, and he is now up in the sky, ushering the star across the sky, the Silmaril. Which is why it's the Light of Arundir. Like, they're probably going for Arundir on her armor. They just gave it the wrong number of points. Probably just for aesthetics. It is an error, but I'm willing to go with it. Okay, let's continue though. All the way to Numenor, the Atlantis-like island of Numenor. All this will center eventually around the incident that gives the trilogy its name, the Forging of the Rings, says McKay. So this is a quote. Quote, "The Forging of the Rings," says McKay. Quote, "Rings for the elves, rings for dwarves, rings for men, and then the one ring Sauron used to deceive them all. It's the story of the creation of all those powers, where they came from, and what they did to each of those races." End quote. Cool. The driving question behind the production, he adds, was this, quote, "Can we come up with the novel Tolkien never wrote to do it as the mega event series that could only happen now?" That is the $1 billion question, right? All right. Galadriel's survival at sea is not just a crucial story point at the start of the series. The showrunners remember it as a pivotal moment on the set of New Zealand back in March 2020. Quote, "Morfydd was a few days into being Galadriel, which is probably terrifying," says McKay. "She's in water, there's a lot of visual effects, there's music and light." End quote. But despite the momentous scene in front of them, the show's crew were glued to their phones. Within 45 minutes, word spread that in nearby Australia, Tom Hanks had contracted COVID. The NBA had canceled its season, and the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic. Quote, we're all just going, "Oh my god, what are we going to do? We're going to have to shut everything down," says McKay. The panic metastasized, setting off their anxieties, big and small. Quote, "It was terrifying. Oh my god, is anyone going to understand what we're trying to do here? Is this way too ambitious? We have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow." There's an inset quote that we'll probably get to in a second. It says, "Can you imagine going back to such a beloved world and facing the high bar of Peter Jackson's movies? We were, all the time, very aware of the massive expectations." One by one, the crew put down their phones. Everyone was crowding around the monitor as we're doing this close-up where Galadriel's face fills the screen and she cries, and she decides, "I have to fight," says McKay. As soon as the scene ended, the soundstage erupted in cheers. Quote, "It's a perfect example of how Tolkien and Middle-earth have a way of finding you even in the darkest and most uncertain moments," says Payne. Ooh, we got images. I'm so excited. Oh, I was freaking right. I bet you anything I was freaking right. I'm freaking right about the Sylvan Elf. It's a Sylvan Elf. I bet you it's a Sylvan Elf. Okay, let's continue reading before I have a conniption fit. Do. Hey, thank you for the lurk, Dane. Kirth to transcribe. Awesome. Let's check it out. Yes, we do. All over the doors here. That's a lot of Kirth. Kirth is not my specialty, but we'll break it down if we have to. Heck yeah, women dwarves. Alright, whatever other chaos might befall them, they finally felt that they were on the right path. The first 3 episodes, which Vanity Fair has seen, suggest they were. Vanity Fair. You don't have to point out that you've seen the first 3 episodes before the rest of us. Come on. Now I'm just jealous. The show is a lavish, compelling mix of palace intrigue, magic, warfare, and mythology, and there are enough mysteries to power 1,000 podcasts. Hey, Don Marshall? Are you listening? I would love to start a podcast with Don. Poor guy has so many plates spinning, though, he probably does not have time, so please don't pressure him, okay? Some characters will be familiar, and they will be the initial attraction as viewers watch their legendary fates unfurl, but the entirely new faces may ultimately become even more involving, since their destinies are literally unwritten. Yeah, that's the appeal of having original characters within the framework of Tolkien's world. If you can get us invested, then bravo. And that really is up to the show writers. That's up to the writers. Get me invested, make me care about these characters. Because Tolkien, what he wrote about the First and Second Age, a lot of it isn't emotionally driven. There are, emotional passages in the Silmarillion, but it is not necessarily emotionally driven. It is historically driven. Durin and Desa. Or Desa, sorry. Trying to watch chat at the same time. Thank you for sending the Q&A for the translation. I do take custom commissions over on my website as well. Thank you. Gil-galad is shiny though. We'll see. I wonder if they made him brunette. They shouldn't have. He's silver-haired. He's canonically silver-haired, but we'll see. Sorry guys, gotta shift. Have a sip of water. Again, I'm not feeling top-notch today, so forgive the raspy voice. I'm trying. Okay, so let's take a look at these images. Oh man, I'm so excited about this. So we're thinking this is Durin, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, it has little captions. Never mind. We do know it's Durin. Owain Arthur as Prince Durin IV, Prince of the bustling subterranean realm of Khazad Doom. Thank you for calling it Khazad Doom instead of calling it Moria. It is not yet Moria. Yay! Got something right. Good job. The Dwarven Princess Desa. Nice. Played by Sophia Numvet. I hope I'm saying your name right. Standing at Khazad Doom's entrance. I was gonna say, it looks like one of the doorways that we saw people walking through in the Mines of Moria in the Fellowship of the Ring. That's a lot of runes. Do I even have the strength? Let's save the image at least. We'll try to save the image. Lord of the Rings 04, sure. I'll take a closer look at that, just not right now, okay? That's what I'm currently going through. I am totally going through that right now over on my YouTube and Twitch channel. You guys can actually see the images with me over there. But thank you for joining me on TikTok as well. I'm so excited. Elves of color. Fuck yes. People are like, don't bring your woke politics into this. I'm not, bitch. Like, this is awesome. This is great. If they were going to choose a sect of elves to give a little more melanin to, I would have chosen the Sylvan Elves. So, I am absolutely okay with this. The Sylvan Elf Arundir. Or Arundir, my bad. Arundir. Played by Ismael Cruz Cordova. Is a character who's been created for the series. Heck yes. What a breastplate. I still say it's Orome. I think it's Orome on the breastplate of his armor there. That's what tipped me off. I saw the elvish construction of the arrow in that image and a wooden breastplate, and I was like, the wood elves didn't tend to forge things out of metal. Not very much. They were very much focused on woodland materials. So Sylvan Elf makes perfect sense for that image. I am so freaking happy. Yes. Ugh, I'm so happy. Please make me care about this character. Pretty please make me care about this character. Sylvan Elf is going to have a completely different outlook on what's going on in the Second Age. They're going to be like, seriously, you guys, get your shit together. But Team Erengalen, I'm wearing the right shirt. Heck yes, Sylvan Elves. And if you have a favorite realm in Second Age Middle-earth, please check out my merch. elfboy.com, elf-boi.com, the team section, the team shirts. I have Team London, I have Team Region, Team Erengalen, Team Numenor, Team Khazad Doom, and then if you're really getting into the nitty-gritty, I have Team Tjelpe, which is Celebrimbor's nickname, and Team Anatar, if you want to go dark side. If y'all are the people who were, like, supporting the Death Eaters in Harry Potter, if you want to support the baddies, there's a shirt for you, too. Anatar / Sauron will hopefully be a much more nuanced character. Pretty please. Okay, let's keep moving. Previously, this part of the story was most famous as Ruins. After the success of his 1937 children's story, The Hobbit, Tolkien turned his attention back to a volume of Middle-earth history which his publishers rejected. Rejected! A more complete version was published posthumously as The Silmarillion. We do know that. That was in the 70s. So, as the Second World War of his lifetime raged around him, Tolkien crafted an adventure about beings from very different societies putting aside their differences to stamp out an overpowering evil. This, of course, was The Lord of the Rings. And, I mean, honestly, that theme should include everyone, which is why I don't get why racist be racist when it comes to Lord of the Rings. Like, the whole point is putting aside differences and joining together into one force to fight evil. This is not rocket science. And it should be very apparent. In that story, an unlikely fellowship ventures into Mordor. One does not simply walk, they venture. To destroy Sauron's ring. Along the way, Tolkien wanted the characters to pass through a scarred landscape full of the remains of many civilizations and battles that had come before. Their journey, after all, was not about confronting a new danger, but finally eradicating an ancient one, a scourge of malevolence that had tormented the land for eons. I mean, eons is a bit generous, but sure. Sauron's been there for quite a long time, wreaking havoc, so that's okay. I'll accept that. Tolkien dreamed up whole kingdoms, then collapsed them for background. Yes, he did. Hashtag Numenor is doomed. Alright, another image. We got camera crane, water scene. That looks freaking miserable. But yay practical effects. I am all for practical effects. The people who work those scenes, tip of the hat, you guys do so much. It is such a pain to do water scenes. That's like a whole other skill set. So, shipwrecked, and it looks like that's Galadriel and Elrond. Oh no, that's Halbrand. My bad. So that's our look at Halbrand. Okay. Galadriel and Halbrand, played by Charlie Vickers, meet in dire circumstances. I should say. My goodness. Dire circumstances, though, does that mean that we pick up at the fall of Numenor? Timeline. Hey, Cindy, Danny, thank you. Oh yeah, my main man, sexy Sauron. Hashtag simping for Sauron. Totally a thing. It's been a thing for months. Do these elves not lack the entirety of their androgyny? Why does this look like Wheel of Time spin-off? Give us long hair and beauty indiscriminate of elf gender. That would be nice. We'll see. I'm okay with there being short haircuts with elves. They're far more practical, number one. Yeah, I don't mind seeing variants in it. The androgyny was something that drew me very much to the elves in Peter Jackson's trilogy, but I always did wonder, why are they all long-haired? Why? There's no reason for it. So I don't mind that difference. Is this a Helcaraxe picture? No. I'm like 99% sure. Because if we are following this new character, Halbrand, if we're following Halbrand through things, and he is a mortal man, even if he's Numenorian, so this could be the fall of Numenor, I don't know. But even if he's Numenorian, he would not be old enough to have experienced the Helcaraxe. Or at least not the original crossing at the Helcaraxe. But I mean, could the Helcaraxe happen in the Second Age? Like, could we be in the setting of the Helcaraxe without actually being in, like, that portion of the First Age? Technically, yes. But it's a long ways off. I don't think that would be where it's set. Like, there's a lot of open ocean and, you know, Beleriand sinking that this could very well be without being the Helcaraxe. Halbrand Galadriel romance, perhaps. I wouldn't put it past them. Unfortunately, having a female lead like Galadriel, even though she's, you know, not the only lead, but having a female lead, 99% of the time they give them a love interest, even when it's completely irrelevant. And it should be completely irrelevant, because at this point, Galadriel's already with Celeborn. If they are retconning Celeborn... Oh my god, what if they're retconning Celeborn? What if they're retconning Celeborn? She's married, yo! She's been married! Oh no. What if they're retconning Celeborn? I mean, and yes, Elvish infidelity could totally be a thing. Elvish polyamory could also totally be a thing. That I would get behind. If there's a romance and she and Celeborn are like completely cool with it, I'm cool with that. I would love to see some poly representation in Middle-earth. And Galadriel seems the type, like, she's gonna do what she wants. So, like, any elf that's with her long term would have to be cool with whatever she wants. Celeborn, like, honestly, Celeborn is the definition of pussy whipped in the Middle-earth context. Because someone who's with Galadriel, you would have to be absolutely okay with a very strong alpha female. And in my head, Celeborn is. He's very okay with that. He's strong in his own right, but he defers to her because she's kick-ass. They're on a break! I need to make They're on a break merch. We were on a break! If they manufacture drama there, like, I'm gonna laugh. It will amuse me, but I'm gonna, like, be cringing as well, because it's so not accurate. Oh, man. That would be super funny, though. I will be so amused if they manufacture drama there. I hope they don't. I really hope that they don't retcon Celeborn, number one, but that they actually give Polly a try with Galadriel. That would make perfect sense for her. I love that for you. Oh, man. When you're essentially immortal, I imagine you have a lot of spare time for hair care. I mean, that's fair. That's also a fair point. Also a fair point. Have we discussed Kyle? I mean, Elrond's Steve Harrington hair? No, not yet. Hi, Wizard PhD. What's up, Lynette? Welcome! Girl, you on TikTok now? I'm so excited. Alright, anybody who's on TikTok, please feel free to jump over to my YouTube channel, because you can actually see the article I'm looking at with all the pictures and stuff, instead of just listening to my deep-ass voice today as I try and read while I'm sick. I'll probably feel better by the end of today. Usually this sort of stuff works itself out in a day or two. But yeah, I'm not feeling great. Alright, so we have a shipwreck. We have Galadriel and Halbrand meeting in dire circumstances, quote-unquote. The effect worked almost too well. After the publication of The Fellowship of the Ring and The Two Towers in July and November of 1954, respectively, readers became obsessive. Quote, most people want more and better maps, Tolkien wrote to a friend in 1956. Quote, musicians want tunes and musical notations. Archaeologists inquire about ceramics, metallurgy, tools, and architecture. Historians require more details about the social and political structure. End quote. To give them everything, Tolkien informed his publisher, quote, would require a book at least the size of Volume 1. Instead, borrowing from his rejected Silmarillion, he squeezed thousands of years of history into about 150 pages of postscript, which became known as the appendices. These timelines, genealogies, and notes on language and culture became so important to Tolkien that he even stalled the publication of the final book, The Return of the King, to complete them. I didn't know that, but that makes perfect sense. Because that's where... Oh, is this Elrond we're looking at now? It probably is. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking they should have kept Elrond longer haired. That's personal opinion. We'll get to that in a second. Let me finish reading. Oh boy. Quote, they play a major part in producing the total effect, Tolkien explained to a foreign publisher in 1961. Quote, producing the compelling sense of historical reality. End quote. After Tolkien's death, his son Christopher took the reins of the estate and was famously protective, if not intransigent. Oh my gosh. Brain. Big words. If not intransigent. About adaptations of his father's work, fearing commercialization at every turn. And rightly so. Absolutely rightly so. Quote, Christopher really disliked the Lord of the Rings, the Lord of the Onion Rings, my bad, and the glorification of violence for its own sake, says Tolkien scholar and Wheaton College professor Michael Drout. He was born in 1924, talking about Christopher Tolkien. He was born in 1924, and so the big special effects movie franchise thing was just not something he cared about. If his father hadn't sold all of the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit rights to pay the inheritance taxes, I don't think Christopher would have ever sold them. Which is an author's prerogative. But boy oh boy do big companies put pressure on people to sell the rights. Look at the whole thing with Mary Poppins. What a mess. Sorry, trying to make sure Elrond looks like the guy from Stranger Things. Oh no. The rights for the works of Tolkien are up for sale. I did not see that. A mortal secret affair with Galadriel would make sense. The man will be dead by the time her husband finds out. I mean... Ouch. That's pretty savage. But you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. If you're gonna mess around as an elf, you might as well do it with a mortal, because at least they're gonna die before your significant other finds out. Potentially? It's just a blip on the screen. That's why polyamory makes so much sense for elves, though. If you're with someone and elves mate for life, which is kind of how Tolkien wrote it, if elves mate for life, you gotta be prepared. Like, you gotta be prepared for the long run, right? So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Just making sure I'm still lined up on my stuff. Okay, cool. So, the half-elf Elrond, Robert Armayo, is a politically ambitious young leader. True. True enough. He's also got emotional damage. Like, so much emotional damage. But he would be pretty young if we're starting at the beginning of the Second Age. He'd still be quite young. I did a video on Elvish Age, specifically going through Elrond's timeline, so that video is on my TikTok. But he basically comes of age... Like, the way that Elrond ages is different. Elrond enjoys a long youth. And I put that in air quotes because his long youth lasts for 1,000 years, whereas youth for a normal elf, when they would reach the age of majority, lasts 200 years. His is 5 times longer because he is a half-elf and he was given the choice of being mortal or staying elvish. He chose to remain elvish, and therefore he was granted this long youth, this extended youth. So he actually doesn't reach what would be the equivalent of Elvish age 20. He doesn't reach that until 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years into the Second Age. So he's young. He's quite young. If we were going by Tolkien's actual notes in The Nature of Middle-earth, which is where I got all my numbers for this crap, he would be a teenager. Likely. He would basically be a teenager. So we'll see. We'll see how they depict him. I'm willing to give a lot of wiggle room there. I am okay with there being a lot of wiggle room. No wonder his hairline is so receded. Look at all the pomade he's using in the Second Age. Oh, guys, come on. Don't be so rude. He doesn't look bad. I actually would prefer, and they gave him a hairline. Like, I don't know if that's the character's hairline or if they actually gave him that hairline. I'm not familiar enough with the actor, but consistency. I'm okay with consistency. But 2, I really would have preferred longer hair, like chin length. Enough to pull back into a ponytail. Long hair for Elrond. That's personal preference. Timeline compression that they're doing makes determining ages difficult. Yeah. See how they'll play it out. And notification, honor the Vala of Water, hydrate. Hydration Nation. Hey, Lancel, welcome. What is up, my friend? I'm super excited about this article, but we're going through it. We're going through it slowly. Slowly, methodically. Looking at the background of this image with Elrond in a field. This is my guess would be that this is either... This could be one of 2 things, in my mind. This could be up a river in Eregion, in Eriador. Perhaps when he's looking for what will then be the site for Imladris. Or this could be in Lindon. Looking at the ships, that's what I'm looking at in the background. It looks like there are ships down there. If that's the case, Lindon might be more accurate. Then again, I mean, you almost look like you have a hobbit hole in the back there. Just off to the left of the center of the image. It almost looks like we're in the Shire. With all the green rolling hills. So I'm not sure. I am not sure where that is. We'll have to wait and see. Apparently, if you have a spare $2 billion, you can be in the running to own all the rights. Don't put it past Bezos, okay? Don't put it past him. Dude's got more money than he needs in order to do weird shit like that. I wouldn't put it past him. Okay, over the years, Christopher Tolkien left lucrative bids for other Middle-earth material on the table, but in 2017, as he was preparing to retire, the Tolkiens held a surprising auction. They were selling the rights to the appendices that outlined what the author had referred to as the Second Age of Middle-earth, along with any references to that time period in The Lord of the Rings itself. If you're not up to date on your ages, the second one is seemingly a time of peace for Middle-earth. Are you kidding me? It's a time of peace? Did you read it? No, it's not a time of peace. Not even close. But okay, Vanity Fair, let's go with it. Seemingly, to a person who doesn't know how to read, a time of peace for Middle-earth after an era of horror and conflict. The wicked god Morgoth has been defeated, that's true, and his apprentice, Sauron, has vanished. Not true. Sauron did not completely vanish. Sauron said, I'ma stay here, and I'ma fix some of what I broke. That was Sauron's original purpose. That's what Tolkien himself wrote, that was Sauron's original purpose. He felt regret. And he felt that it was his responsibility to fix what he broke. Aggressively peaceful. I mean, yeah, basically. But originally his heart wasn't completely of ill intent when he decided to stay in Middle-earth and try and fix things. It's after he's been there for a little bit that he just sort of falls off the radar for everyone. Not a smart thing to let him do. But that's probably what they mean by he's vanished. But it wasn't that he just vanished. He was caught much like Morgoth was caught, but Morgoth gave himself up and said, okay, I'm done, this battle is over. And Sauron wasn't really ready to let it go. But Morgoth was taken away, Sauron was not, but Sauron decided to stay in order to fix the things he'd broken, and then he just goes rogue and dark again. As the series begins, Galadriel is hunting down the last remnants of their collaborators, who claimed the life of her brother. Which brother? Girl's got 3 and all 3 are dead, so you're gonna have to be a little more specific. They're probably talking about Finrod Felagund. And that would have been a death directly caused by Sauron. So that would make sense. She would have a very personal grudge against Sauron at the beginning of the Second Age. The Third Age and the adventures of Frodo, Sam, and the Fellowship awaits some thousands of years in the future. Some thousands. I mean, you could have just said it's about 6,000 years in the future. Between 3 and 6,000. The starting price for the Tolkien Estates auction was a gobsmacking $200 million, which would have been a non-starter if not for the industry's obsession with finding the next Game of Thrones. Yeah, about Game of Thrones. And money wasn't the only daunting factor. A handful of ageless characters like the elves Galadriel and Elrond could appear in the new series as their younger selves, but the studio making it would have to forego fan-favorite hobbits and wizards who weren't major players in the Second Age. True. Very true. The Tolkien estate was also wanted input into the direction of the series, and that's reasonable to me. This kind of budget could decimate other studios, but Tolkien, like space travel, is a personal obsession for Jeff Bezos. Yeah, we already covered that quote. Ooh, I'm liking this image that I'm starting to scroll into. The potential upside, though, was a must-see show with a built-in audience that could virtually guarantee survival in the great global streaming war. HBO and Netflix were among the bidders, but Bezos' Amazon team won the rights for $250 million. He is personally a huge fan of Tolkien and incredibly passionate about all of it and very well versed, says Jennifer Salk. Or Salke? Salke? I don't know. I'll just say Salk. the head of Amazon Studios. Shout out Jennifer. Quote, his desire to be ambitious, and for us to be ambitious with our content, has always been clear from the moment I got here. This fit perfectly with that big ambition to take on something that would require the whole company working together to execute. And it would. Like, it's a huge undertaking. Like, this isn't just any TV show. This is a really important move for them. Pacifist Sauron is amazing. Of course, I support the Sauron pacifist agenda. He didn't stay that way for long. But the sheer fact that Tolkien actually made a note that his heart was not completely full of ill intent at the beginning. That's important. That opens the door to create a nuanced, three-dimensional evil character. Where you can explore the motivations, where you can give them something deeper to linger on in character development. So, we'll see. Let's continue. It would take the entire studio to execute. Amazon won't confirm the show's budget, but on top of the money for the rights, the government of New Zealand has placed production expenditures at $462 million for the first season alone. It's a lot of money. That figure includes building infrastructure that will be used in later seasons. That makes sense. And it's been offset by a $108 million tax rebate. That is the rebate caused by the Hobbit law in New Zealand. You get huge rebates as a studio working in New Zealand at the expense of the workers in New Zealand. It's kind of a rotten thing. But by contrast, Amazon's recent fantasy series The Wheel of Time reportedly cost $80 million a season. Once you factor in the eventual global marketing campaign, which has been huge, including a Super Bowl Sunday ad, which is when the teaser trailer is going to drop. So everybody tune in on Super Bowl Sunday. I will be live. I will be live when that happens. As soon after the commercial goes live as possible. I am trying to set up my computer. Gosh, my voice is cracking. Trying to set up my computer to basically film my reaction when it actually happens, so that I can edit it and put it on the internet. But I obviously can't just stream live, right? I can't just live stream all of the Super Bowl ads. That would not be good. But once it airs, I will go live and we'll dissect some things, whatever there is to dissect. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But I'm excited. I'm excited for the trailer to drop on Super Bowl Sunday. I am trying to get it set up so that I can capture the commercial and then immediately go live. ? We'll see. At least closely after it goes live, and take a closer look with all y'all. Alright, I'm missing out on chat. Strawberries, thank you. He may not have lasted, but he did try. Yeah. Emmett, Sauron is kinda like Sméagol in that way, trying to claw back from their own evil only to be overcome by it. Yeah, basically, that's a really good comparison. That Sméagol / Gollum is, in a way, a mirror of Sauron himself. I like that. It doesn't play into the sexy Sauron narrative. But no, it's a great comparison. I actually approve of that. It's the effort that counts. It's all because Celebrimbor denied his proposal. How dare he? How dare. September can't get here fast enough. I agree. I can't wait. Oh man. And we got a few months, you guys. Maybe. If anyone has Amazon contacts, Put some pressure, if you would. Put some pressure to have them give Dawn and I an after show, like an official after show. I know Amazon does that. They've done that for a couple other series, where they have an after show, you know, an episode of an after show after each episode. I would love to do that. I would totally commit to a contract for that. I would totally do it. Celebrimbor, Celesimbor. That's terrible. I'll probably make merch of that, though. We'll see. We'll see. We'll have to see Celebrimbor. As a non-American, when is Super Bowl Sunday? It's this Sunday. It is this Sunday. Depending on where you're at, as a non-American, I assume you are over in Europe / UK / Africa, Middle East, Asia. So it will happen, like, really early in the day for you. Depending on where you're at. But it'll happen early Sunday for you. At least in the, like, mid-morning. So mid-morning or earlier, depending on where you're at. Yeah, Sunday evening in the US Eastern Time Zone. Correct. We don't know when exactly this commercial is going to drop. Someone mentioned to me, and I'm just going to take their word for it because I don't know. Someone mentioned to me that when you buy a Super Bowl ad, the Super Bowl ads are randomly put wherever during the Super Bowl. The nice thing is, if you stream the Super Bowl, if you have access to NBC, or if you have a cable login or what have you, if you stream it on your television, your smart TV, on your computer, your phone, whatever, all of the streaming includes the commercials. I looked that up specifically. So if you are streaming it, you will not miss the commercials. The commercials are just across the board required. Which, you know, people are paying a lot of money to get Super Bowl ads, so it makes perfect sense that those would be on the streaming services as well. So it's not just people who still have a cable connection. Which, who has a cable connection anymore? I haven't had cable in ages. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're all doing it anyway. Absolutely. Yeah, the after power hour is totally still happening even if we don't get picked up by Amazon proper. It's gonna happen. I feel fortunate that Dawn is just very kind to me. Like, Dawn and I he started about a month before me when it comes to creating Tolkien content on TikTok, and he exploded, and I do not begrudge him any of it, not an iota. He's an amazing human being, and he deserves the following that he has on TikTok. But he's been very kind in that, you know, I started around the same time and I don't have anywhere near as many followers. It's, you know, partly the luck of the algorithm and partially, you know, let's call a spade a spade. He's a white cis male. I am not. So there is a difference there in how people view content, and I would be remiss to you know, absolutely hand wave it. Oh, thank you. That's very kind, Strawberries. I appreciate that. We try and be pretty down to earth, and, like, we're just normal, geeky people. And I'm a ball of trauma. Let's be real. The only reason I started making Lord of the Rings content on TikTok is because it was helping me grieve the loss of my life partner. And it still continues to do that for me. It's a wonderful way of keeping her alive in my heart, and, you know, keeping her in my life now that she's not here. So, you know, emotional damage. It's totally a thing for me, but I don't make a secret of that. I have my moments where I'm crying on TikTok, and that's okay. Let's normalize grieving, okay? Like, it's okay to not always be okay. But if I ever drop off TikTok for a number of weeks, usually that will be why. I will be having, you know, a downswing where I'm not in a good place. Usually making content helps that. But not always. Not always. The holidays were really rough for me. I've picked things back up since then, thank goodness. That's so sweet, thank you. Yeah, I'm a ball of sunshine and trauma. The two are not mutually exclusive. It's totally true. Alright. So we were talking about the Wheel of Time. Once you factor in the eventual global marketing campaign, bonkers with the Super Bowl ad, and the cost of those subsequent seasons, there's no question that the Rings of Power will eventually speed far beyond the $1 billion mark. Absolutely. Easily, it will sail past it. It's a lot of money. Let's look at this image. Oh, what a beautiful tree. What a gorgeous tree that is. Alright, so we have our Sylvan Elf and Bronwyn with her forbidden love. Okay, Arundir. Arundir being a Sylvan Elf, and Bronwyn, apparently. Tirharad. Okay. Tirharad. Interesting name for a village. Because Tyr is to see, it's to watch. Minas Tirith. Tirith is a tower, it's a watchtower. So, Tyr meaning to see or to watch, and Harad meaning the south. So that's sort of a hint, perhaps? Yeah, Southwatch, yeah. That might... I mean, south of what, though? Of course, we don't really know. But, if he's a Sylvan Elf, like, what part... What sect of Sylvan Elf is he, though? That doesn't strike me as an Erengalen area, so maybe this is closer to the Anduin? Maybe this is closer to the Anduin. Like the Lothlorien area. That would be more southern. Yeah, Tirharad, yeah. Casual fantasy spaghetti strap moment. I love it. No, I'm liking the colors, I'm liking the costuming. And we do definitely have the early Galadrim vibe. So I would assume, this is me making assumptions, beware, little, you know, disclaimer here. I'm thinking that Tirharad is going to be like a human settlement south of where Lothlorien would be. This is before Lothlorien is a thing. There are still elves there, but they haven't yet been colonized by the Noldor. So, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Sylvan Elves. But we do have that vibe with his clothing. The gray motif that we tend to get with the Sylvan. I'm cool with that. Heck yeah. Again, it would have been nice to see the long hair, but I understand why they're departing from that aesthetic. Normally we'd expect the second element to be Sarad, but that doesn't exist. He cute, though. Spicy Sylvan Elf. He is totally cute. Couldn't we have had a forbidden love that wasn't cis, though? That wasn't cishet? Am I asking too much? Why can't he have a little, boy toy human in a village? Secret love. We are secret lovers. Yeah, the costuming looks good. If nothing else, the series is going to be gorgeous. Like, we can at least trust that. It's the dream. That is the dream, man. I would love to see it. Alright, let's continue. Aww. I'm already going down here. Elrond and Galadriel are reunited in the majestic elven kingdom of Lindon. Yay! So we'll get to see more Lindon. I'm very happy about that. Do have some longer-haired elves in the background here. All for that. That's very nice. That's very, very nice. I approve. Yeah, Galadriel would be, honestly, relieved. Relieved that that Elrond made it out alive. Beautiful setting, though. Loving that. Loving the colors. I love the colors already. The warm light of Lindon. That makes perfect sense. Alright, back to the text. Let's continue. Just as Tolkien entrusted his quest to Frodo Baggins and Samwise Gamgee, Amazon chose two unlikely newcomers, McKay and Payne, our high school friends from Northern Virginia who've been writing in Hollywood together for 13 years. The Rings of Power is their first credited IMDb listing. They know it's astounding to them, too. Quote, "We've worked on so many projects with so many awesome and exciting people that never got made or worked on things that did get made and we didn't get credit," says McKay. "We were a little bit of a dark horse, and Amazon talked to absolutely everybody, whoever had any idea for The Lord of the Rings." Adds Payne, "We were passionate about the material and had a take that matched Amazon's appetites and ambition." Okay. That worries me. I'm like, corporate ambition is not necessarily where we want to go here. Oh man, Tolkien would be disgusted by that. They also apparently had a significant champion in J.J. Abrams. Explosions! Who knew them from their writing on a Star Trek movie, and reportedly sang their praises. It's all about who you know. It always is about who you know. Yeah, we don't need to be scared. There's no need to be scared, honestly. Like, I take a relatively zen approach here. Like, there's nothing we can do to change what's already been filmed and is in editing, right? The most impact we would be able to have as a fandom is if the first season comes out and there is something really wrong. Then as a fandom, we could put a lot of pressure on the studio to hopefully, depending on what the issue is, make it right in the second or third season. But if they're already setting up to film the second season, it would take another season or two for us to see any changes. So, like, there's not too much that we can do. So it's very much a don't worry about shit you can't change, right? So it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Hopefully that will be a positive thing, but we'll just have to wait and see. It's nothing to really get tied up over. We can hope for the best, and if the best is not what happens, then, we let them know. Our feedback will be important, and I mean, this really is a big risk that Amazon is taking. So let's just hope they go a good direction. Pitching 50 hours of television to Amazon executives and ultimately to the Tolkien family as well was arduous, but nothing compared to writing, producing, and bringing the show to life. Quote, "We felt like hobbits," Payne says. Okay. "We felt like okay. I'm like, please elaborate on that. We felt like two very small people in a very big world who had just been entrusted with something that meant so much to so many different people." Accurate. The showrunners found themselves quoting Frodo's famous line from the end of The Fellowship of the Ring. "Patrick and I will often look at each other in challenging moments of the show and say, 'I'm glad you're with me, Sam.'" He's Sam, McKay adds. Just kidding, I'm Sam. Don't be like that. Nobody's Sam. Sam is Sam. Only Sam can be Sam. No one can claim to be Sam. Anyone who claims to be Sam isn't Sam. I said what I said. That's my viewpoint. Fount of Tolkien knowledge is also not exclusive. Yeah. Everyone needs a Sam. Everyone needs a Sam in their life. I feel like my partner and I were that for each other for sure. Just trying to help each other through the bad moments. A project of this size would never be pulled off alone. Amazon executives, still relatively new to original content, assembled an experienced support team. Game of Thrones co-executive producer Brian Cogman stepped in as an advisor to help McCain and Payne get the project off the ground. And veteran filmmaker J.A. Bayona, Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, established the tone of the series by directing the first 2 episodes. Alright. Okay, so this is where my opinion means absolutely nothing. And why I don't really have an opinion here is because I've never seen Game of Thrones. I've never seen Game of Thrones, I've never read Game of Thrones. It's not my cup of tea. I have also not seen Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. So I have no opinion on these people. I have no basis to make judgment of their work because I've never seen it. And obviously, you know, one person cannot make or break a piece of work like Jurassic World. But I have not seen these things, so I can't pass judgment here. If the best is not what happens, we write fan fiction. Yep. It'll be the same as always. Back to the original fanfic grind. Even in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, there were earlier versions before PJ's films that had flaws and fell out of interest. Yeah. Even if they mess it up, who's to say someone else won't try it again? Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, cool. Thank you, Emmett. Thank you for weighing in on this. Brian Cogman's work on Game of Thrones was some of the best stuff on that series. Cool. That's comforting. I don't know anything about Game of Thrones, so you would definitely have to let me know. So cool. That's helpful. Whether it succeeds or fails, it is Middle-earth and that'll be enough for you. Yeah, I don't have huge expectations for this show. I do want it to look pretty. They're obviously succeeding on that front. And I do want it to remain at least partially tied to canon. But I won't be a huge stickler. Not personally. And the reason I make that distinction is I will rip it to shreds as a content creator because that's my job. And I'm not going to be mean about it, but if there are inaccuracies, I take it as an opportunity to educate people, to be like, this is where they departed from canon, this is probably why they did that, but here's what the actual canon is so that you guys can learn more about Tolkien. That's why I'm here. So, if they screw things up, it gives me more content to make. I don't want them to screw up, but basically, whether my review is positive or negative, I'm still going to get excited about it. I'm still going to share information, whether it's me going, oh my god, they got this perfectly right, or me going, this isn't exactly how it happened, but here's all the information so that you know how it happened in the books, so that you now know the source material and how they chose to interpret it or portray it or depart from it. But it's my chance to share geeky moments with you all. And so either way, I'm excited about the show. Even if it crashes and burns, it will still be a fun experience to be a content creator and share my love of this world with y'all. So either way, it's gonna be okay. Either way, you've got me, you've got Don, you've got New Beta, you've got all of us other, Tolkien Talk creators and creators over on YouTube. You've got all us super fans, and we're gonna be here whether the show succeeds or fails. Or anything in between. You failed. You've only read one fic ever. You think it'll be the inspiration you need to delve. Be prepared. There's a huge slush pile when it comes to fan fiction. Having been a fan fiction writer and having been a publisher, a fanfic author turned publisher, the slush pile is real. There will be a lot of stuff that you're like, what am I even reading? Or stuff that you look at and you're like, did nobody proofread this at all? Sometimes you can look past it if the plot is amazing and the writing is good, but the grammar's terrible. Sometimes you can look past it. But other times, I will instantly discard something because I'm just like, I can't not read this from a publisher's lens. That's why I don't typically read a lot of fan fiction nowadays. It's been a while. I have read some amazing fanfic over the years, though. And it wasn't just my partner's. Because that's how we met. She was a fan fiction writer, and I was a fanboy of her work, and I contacted her going, oh my gosh, are you putting out another chapter of this anytime soon? That was our first actual interaction. To which she said, no, I don't update my website very often. Please follow me on LiveJournal and you can get all stuff as soon as I post it. And I was like, okay. And that was the beginning of our love story. So, yeah, fanfiction totally brought me to my partner. That's like the whole vibe. Sparkly! I know, right? All right, so I can't pass judgment on Bayona. If you guys are saying that he's a good filmmaker, then awesome. That's good news. Happy to hear it. Bayona was attracted not just by the duo's script, but by their willingness to accept advice. Quote, from the very beginning, I trusted these guys, Bayona says. I knew what they were going through, and they knew what I was going through also, because can you imagine going back to such a beloved world and facing the high bar of the Peter Jackson movies? We were, all the time, very aware of the massive expectations. A fellowship was formed. But ooh, let's look at this image. I'm loving this. Okay, so the image that I'm looking at for people who are on TikTok, I'm looking at an image of Bronwyn, who is... looks like an Elvish character. She's a country girl, though. But her ears do look pointed, unless that's her hair. Actually, yeah, that's her hair. I bet you they did that on purpose in this image so that we can't tell if she's elfish or human. I think that's intentional. I think they covered her ear tip with her hair there so that we don't know. We don't know for sure. Country girl, either way. Country go. Lots of herbs and flowers that are drying from the ceiling. Could be an apothecary of some sort. This looks like a workshop, basically, of medicinal herbs. This is like herbology. Herbology 101. We got, mortar and pestle. We've got scales to measure things. All of the herbs and flowers drying on the ceiling. That's very village healer. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yes, it did say forbidden love. I didn't catch if it said. It just says forbidden love. Forbidden love in the village of Tir Harad. Oh, I'm not reading. She's a single mother and healer seen here in her apothecary in Middle-earth Southlands. Okay, so Hey, I'm good at dissecting images because that's exactly what I just said. But it does not say, at least in these captions for the images, it does not say if she is an elf or human. Her elvish lover looks stunning, by the way. Yeah, BT dubs. Very, very beautiful guy. And I'm loving having some melanin for the Sylvan Elves. Hell yes. There's something non-human about his face. Bone structure. It's just bone structure. Some people have amazing bone structure, and he definitely does. Until now, Amazon has said virtually nothing about its show. The secrecy has irked some people in the fandom, accustomed, as they were, to the close relationship and steady flow of behind-the-scenes information from Jackson and New Line Studios. New Line Cinema. Can a 66-year-old text really be spoiled? Given that many are unfamiliar with the appendices, the answer is actually yes. Quote, "We believe all of that work and all the security and all of that protection will actually be to the benefit of our consumers," says Vernon Sanders, the head of US and global television for Amazon. Shout out Vernon. For her part, Salke, who was mentioned earlier, thinks the secrecy and the intense fan curiosity it generates is healthy for the show. Quote, "Anybody who's scrutinizing or chasing flyers or trying to peek in any crack they can to get details, or even speculating, that's all about fan engagement and passion." Absolutely. So we view it as such, she says. And that's absolutely true. It's all about giving little hints here and there, giving scraps, and causing engagement. That is literally what a social media director does. Having been one for my press, that's what we do. You try and drum up interest, and sometimes, in order to get interest, you give less information. This just in, bones aren't human. Elves are just floppy meat bags. Elvish slime. It is forbidden. Oh yeah, they should give us the scripts. Will be very secretive. Super secretive. The most secretive. I think you could agree there's no one more secretive. I'm the most secretive. I'm the greatest secretive. I'm not going there. I'm not going there. I'm stopping. I'm stopping before I get into that. All right. The speculation is welcome, she says. Radio silence has been the norm with Marvel, DC, Star Wars, and latter season Game of Thrones, but Amazon's clandestine tactics reached new levels. Even the cast members were hired without being told which parts they would play. Interesting. Difficult to prepare for a role if you don't know what role you were selected for. Just saying. There was one leak in 2019 that, however innocuous, worried some of those watching from afar. The show's resident Tolkien scholar, a widely respected academic named Tom Shippey, gave an apparently unsanctioned interview to a German fan site that July, opening on what the show could and could not explore. Not long after that, Shippey was no longer involved with the series. Yeah. Both he and the showrunners declined to say what exactly happened, but the obvious assumption was made by fans. It seems like the NDA was basically, if you tell anyone, we can put you through a wood chipper. Says Trout, the Tolkien professor. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Don't mess with Amazon NDAs. Do not mess with it. Amazon no longer shares the names of its scholars. I'm not surprised. Just a heads up, I'm not one of them, okay? I'm way too young. I'm probably not as young as you think, but I'm way too young. They would never hire me. Pity. The Rings of Power has lost a few other players along the way, including actors Will Poulter and Tom Budge. Coupled with the departures of Shippy, production designer Rick Henriks, and one of the executives who helped negotiate the Tolkien deal in the first place, Amazon head of genre Susan Talguado. Or Iguado? Iguado? Apologies. I don't know the base language, so I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Those losses sparked concern that the production was chaotic early on, but fans of the movies will remember that Stuart Townsend was replaced by Viggo Mortensen even after he began swinging a sword in New Zealand. And that was a great move, okay? I'm not anti-Stuart Townsend, I'm just pro-Viggo Aragorn, okay? On any long trip, the executives and showrunners insist it is inevitable that some don't complete the journey. Absolutely true. I would agree with that. Interesting. Bayona points the way for 2 nomadic hunters wandering the fields of Middle-earth. Nomadic hunters? Those are some pretty big antlers they've got. Holy cow. They look like wings. I mean, nomadic hunters, they've obviously made some pretty big kills. Can you imagine how heavy those would be? Those would be super heavy. Flying moose. Basically, like, that's gigantic moose right there. But hey, all this tells me is they are working on creating animals for Middle-earth too, and I'm totally okay with that. But a flying moose would be fucking terrifying. Mooses are bad enough, and they're super fast, and they go through water like it's butter. Moose swim, you know, like, moose are aggressive, terrifying creatures. If there is a flying moose, like, I'm out. I don't want to go to Middle-earth anymore. I'm streaming over on YouTube and Twitch, but please head to YouTube if you're going to choose one of the two. Thank you for switching over. I appreciate that. I am not a Twitch affiliate. I do not do Twitch affiliates, which means that there aren't any commercials on my Twitch, but it also means that you can't monetarily support me there either. Because you can't do donations or bits or any of that jazz. There's no subscribing. So if you want to do something that actually helps my numbers, please head to my YouTube channel. That's where your subscription, your watch time, all of that will help me turn on my AdSense again, because I just lost it at the beginning of January. My numbers weren't where they needed to be. So please watch on YouTube if you are able. That will help me. If you're gonna go somewhere, please go there. Same setup. A little bit more of a delay, but same setup. Interesting, though. Those moose are gonna be terrifying. Animals of the land, air, and sea. Oh god. No. Thank you so much, Full Beans. I appreciate that so much. Hey, Brendan. So does Thranduil ride the flying moose? Oh no. No. No, it would be Orifer. It would be his father. His father would get the flying moose. Orifer on a flying moose. This is now part of my demands for the show. Orifer on a flying moose. Switched from Twitch. Thank you so much. Yeah, Orifer gets a flying moose, Thranduil gets the stag, and Legolas rides a fucking Oliphant. Temporarily, but he does. Flying moose! I mean, it's like, you know, Rocky and Bullwinkle, right? But, like, in one. It's fantasy. We can do what we want. Let's continue. As lifelong genre fans, Payne and McKay understand the anxiety some feel about the show. Quote, we know what it's like to be anticipating something and to be terrified that it won't be what you hope, says McKay. We've been those guys many times over. The duo can officially settle some concerns. After news broke that Amazon had hired an intimacy coordinator for its New Zealand set, some fans feared that the production might have lost sight of what makes Tolkien Tolkien. Legitimate concern, but intimacy coordinators don't just do sex scenes. I want to point that out, okay? I know, because I would be a really good one. Being ace, but being as well-versed as I am, having written intimate fiction for far too long. Intimacy coordination is not just about, it's making sure that the actors who have to do anything intimate, whether that's, being naked in a scene, or being in a scene that is not necessarily the same orientation that they are. So if you have a straight actor who's playing the role of a non-straight character, having an intimacy coordinator helps with that. Helps make them comfortable, make sure that they can do the scene in a convincing way without sacrificing their own integrity as an artist, because everyone has their own limits. It's a good thing. I see why that would maybe trigger some people in thinking, oh my god, it's gonna have sex everywhere and it's just gonna be Game of Thrones and ew. That's not Tolkien. That's a legitimate concern, but the hiring of an intimacy coordinator does not point to that specifically. Intimacy coordination is more than just coordinating sex scenes. So I just want to... Naked and comfy is a rare combo. Yeah, exactly though. Yeah, their whole job is just ensuring that the actors are comfortable with each other, or if just, the physicality of a scene is not working quite right, because you have to think about where the cameras are coming from, what the vision for the actual shot is, and that's what the intimacy coordinator does. They aid in the direction. They aid in the direction, and they aid the actors in delivering on that direction, making sure that they physically do what is necessary for the shot, and hopefully make it not feel awkward for the actors and not feel awkward on screen. But that's what an intimacy coordinator does. I just wanted to, comfort people on that front. My worry would be if it becomes a Game of Thrones in the Second Age, says Dimitra Fimi, a Tolkien scholar and lecturer at the University of Glasgow. And it's a legitimate concern, and that's something I don't want to see either. That wouldn't be what one would associate with Tolkien's vision. It would also be derivative. Agreed. So those are the showrunners on the New Zealand set. Nothing really to look at there. I don't know the equipment. I'm assuming cranes and camera work. Hey, thank you so much for the subscriptions. Thank you. I appreciate that. What is the rating again? PG-12, PG-13? I have no idea. I would assume that we're riding that line between PG-13 and R. I know why they would want to avoid, excuse me, avoid an R rating. Sorry about that, guys. I'm fine. I promise. Oh, thank you so much, Gita. Still counts as one. But yes, I appreciate you guys subscribing over on YouTube. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for everyone who's switching over. That really helps my numbers. The more minutes of watch time I get on YouTube, the faster I will be able to monetize again. Sucks that I just lost my monetization. Right when all the exciting stuff starts happening. Oh well. Alright, so back to the reading. So will there be Westerosi levels of violence? I'm assuming that's a Game of Thrones reference. Of violence and sex in Amazon's Middle Earth. In short, no. McKay says the goal was, quote, to make a show for everyone, for kids who are 11, 12, and 13, even though sometimes they might have to pull the blanket up over their eyes if it's a little too scary. We talked about the tone in Tolkien's books. This is material that is sometimes scary, and sometimes very intense, and sometimes quite political, sometimes quite sophisticated, but it's also heartwarming and life-affirming and optimistic. It's about friendship, and it's about brotherhood and underdogs overcoming great darkness. End quote. And that's a good way of looking at it. It's a good way of looking at it, so that's comforting to hear. That's comforting to hear from one of the showrunners. That, no, we aren't going to see just a ton of sex and violence. Because that really wouldn't be Tolkien's style at all. There is sex and there is violence. These things do happen in Tolkien's world. But especially the intimacy is usually hand-waved away. You don't really see anything on page, which is fine. I don't mind that. Okay. Another concern is the series going to put hobbits in the Second Age. In short, so to speak, yes and no. Quote, one of the very specific things the text says is that hobbits never did anything historic or noteworthy before the Third Age, says McKay. But really, does it feel like Middle-earth if you don't have hobbits or something like hobbits in it? That's a hint. The hobbit ancestors in this era are called Harfoots. They may not live in the Shire, but they are satisfyingly hobbit adjacent. That's fair. The hobbit ancestor... Oh, no, wrong line. Wrong line. McKay and Payne have constructed a pastoral Harfoot society that thrives on secrecy and evading detection so that they can play out a kind of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead story in the margins of the greater quests. That'll be kind of fun. Two lovable, curious Harfoots, played by Megan Richards and Markella Kavanagh, encounter a mysterious lost man whose origin promises to be one of the show's most enticing enigmas. Okay. Ba-ba-bum. We already covered that large quote, so I'm going to skip it. Amazon's series will also broaden the notion of who shares the world of Middle-earth. The original storyline centers on a Sylvan elf named Arundir, played by Ismael Cruz Cordova, who will be the first person of color to play an elf on screen in a Tolkien project. Fuck yes. I'm all for it. I'm so excited for that. He is involved in a forbidden relationship with Bronwyn. Okay, a human village healer played by Nazanin Bonialdi, a British actor of Iranian heritage. Heck yes. I am all for that. Elsewhere, a Brit of Jamaican descent, Sir Lenny Henry, plays a Harfoot elder, so that gives us the answer on Lenny Henry. Cool. And Sophia Nomvet, or Nomvet, has a scene-stealing role as a dwarven princess named Desa. I'm happy about all of this. I'm glad that we get some Harfoots. I'm glad that, we're getting a more diverse cast in general. Yay for a Sylvan elf having some melanin, and absolutely queen slay when it comes to black woman dwarf. Heck yeah. First female dwarf. It felt only natural to us that in an adaptation of Tolkien's work that an adaptation of Tolkien's work would reflect what the world actually looks like. Says Lindsay Weber, executive producer of the series. Tolkien is for everyone. Yes, it is. How many times do I have to say that? Tolkien is for everyone. His stories are about his fictional races doing their best work when they leave the isolation of their own cultures and come together. Thank you. And that's real. That is it. That is it right there. That is my argument. Why people are like, race wasn't a thing in Tolkien's work. Why are you inserting it with woke culture? And I'm like, no, bro, like, the whole point of Tolkien is exactly that. Leaving the isolation of your own culture and coming together with other people in a common fight against a common enemy. It's all about coming together and putting aside differences. And yeah, like, let's freaking do that already, okay? Weren't hobbits or hobbit-like creatures supposedly great archers or something? Early Third Age? I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that. I don't remember there being a note about specifically archery for the hobbits, but I could be wrong. We do know that they were very much into agriculture. You know, with old Toby and such. The pipeweed. And, you know, Farmer Maggot. Like, we get hints of that. Thumbird, welcome. Eye of the Night, welcome. Welcome. If you guys are on my TikTok only, please head over to my YouTube channel. You'll be able to see the article that I'm actually reading, and we can dissect images and stuff. It also helps my numbers if you're over on YouTube, because I just lost monetization because I don't have the numbers I need anymore, which stinks. So any help you can give me, always greatly appreciated. If you're going to switch over to a different platform, please choose YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Gandalf is totally the patron saint of mingling among the masses. Absolutely. He does a lot of that. No records of it, so who knows? Yeah, I'm not sure. But yay for leaving isolation of their own cultures and coming together. Yes. Yes to all of that. Okay. When Amazon released photos of its multicultural cast, even without character names or plot details, the studio endured a reflexive attack from trolls. Assholes. The anonymous online kind. Yeah, but as with most trolls of Tolkien fashion, you expose them to sunlight, they turn to stone. Right? Obviously there was going to be push and backlash, says Tolkien scholar Mariana Rios Maldonado. Love that name. Ooh, that rolls off the tongue. But the question is, from whom? Who are these people that feel so threatened or disgusted by the idea that an elf is black or Latina or Asian? I was just saying that the other day. Just said that in a TikTok video the other day. I totally said that. Even hardcore fans who regard Tolkien's work as sacrosanct will recognize this message of unity. Staying true to that is as important as realizing his vision of places and characters from this little-known era in his fiction. It is the lesser-known era of his fiction, for sure. We will finally see the full glory of Khazad Doom, the cavernous necropolis carved into the Misty Mountains, where in Jackson's The Fellowship of the Ring, Gandalf famously bellowed at a Balrog, "You shall not pass!" The show will explore that kingdom when it was still full of light, food, and music. Salted pork. Red meat off the bone. My cousin Balin would give us a royal welcome. It will be lovely to see some of what we saw in Fellowship of the Ring at its peak glory. I will very much enjoy that. Because the dwarves were just famously talented at Khazad Doom when it comes to architecture. Okay, where was I? Yes! The show will explore the kingdoms with light, food, and music. It will also bring the elven smith Celebrimbor, played by Charles Edwards, to life. Okay, we're looking up Charles Edwards. Hold on. Interesting. Bit older than I was expecting, but that's fair. Again, very strong bone structure. I approve. That's fine. As his skill with metals and magic lead to the forging of the rings. And a canny young elven architect and politician named Elrond, played by Robert Aramayo, will rise to prominence in the mystical capital of Lindon. Though, I mean, Gil-galad is the elven king. Gil-galad was an elven king, of him the harper sadly sang. So we should see Gil-galad. If we're seeing Elrond, we should see Gil-galad. But we shall see. Another storyline that will follow a sailor named Isildur. Years before he becomes a warrior and cuts the soul-corrupting ring off Sauron's hand. Interesting. Okay. He's not just a sailor, though. We'll see how much they're actually departing from canon there. They might just be adding some more nuance to Isildur's story. And then falls victims to its powers himself. Is that Isildur? No, that's Halbrand. So we're not seeing Isildur yet, we're just seeing Halbrand. Which is okay. I'm curious what this guy's, backstory is. New character who is a fugitive from his own past. Drama, drama, drama. Thank you for the subs, everybody. Thank you. Celebrimbor was one of the best things from that game. You're so happy. Yeah. I love Celebrimbor as a character. I love the interaction between Celebrimbor and Anatar. Hoping that we see that. Not sure with this actor. I could be wrong. Oh, that's not what I was going for. We'll see. We shall see. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. I'm wondering how much are we going to see of the interaction between Celebrimbor and Sauron as Anatar. We'll have to wait and see. I would hope that there would be some representation of some sort of relationship. And I would hope that they would do more than just queer bait it. But again, we'll have to wait and see. There are some hobbit archers in the Scouring of the Shire. Cool. Yes, hobbits do have good aim. We also see that in the way that Merry and Pippin are throwing stones and have excellent aim in the movies, in the trilogy. So there's that too. Yeah. Aim makes perfect sense. So yeah, archery would be fair. And they aren't just herbivores. so having the ability to hunt would also be perfectly reasonable. Early Second Age, question mark? I mean, they open it up saying that Galadriel is, surviving a shipwreck and that, she has a reuniting with Elrond, figuring out that he survived. So I'm assuming that that's the beginning of the Second Age. It's the sinking of Beleriand. That's my assumption. I could be wrong, but that would be very early Second Age, and they might jump forward from that. But if they're definitely condensing, like, there's no question that they are condensing, because you can't see that, you can't see that, and then in the next breath talk about Isildur. So they're definitely condensing things. We'll have to see how they work the ins and outs. Because just there's so much that Sauron does in the Second Age, and it is spread out. Having it all in a short period of time, it takes away from some of the effect, in my opinion, but we'll have to see how they do it. I really can't judge until I see it. It's going to be interesting to see how they condense things, but obviously there's going to be a lot of plot condensing. We shall see. If there are 22 main characters, then they have a lot of opportunities to tell stories and to show rather than tell. So we'll have to see. They do talk about the condensing a bit later in the article. Cool, thank you. Speaking of Sauron, the villain's presence is a major factor throughout the Second Age. Yes, it is, culminating in his resurrection as a tyrant. As the show begins, there are only hints of the danger to come. Some see them clearly, others don't necessarily want to. AKA Celebrimbor. Celebrimbor doesn't want to see anything negative in Anatar. He doesn't want to see it. Bayona drew from his memories growing up in Spain, a country still recovering from a civil war decades before he was born. Quote, "We had a dictatorship for 40 years, so you notice the repercussions of war and the shadow of the past," he says, noting that Shadow of the Past is in fact the title of the first episode. Cool. It's a fun note. I think this is all about the repercussions of war. There's an idea that feels very faithful to Tolkien, which is intuition. Galadriel has an intuition that things are not fixed, that there's still something lurking. And she's right. In the novels, the aforementioned things take place over thousands of years, but Payne and McKay have compressed events into a single point in time. But... Okay. But... Okay. That concerns me. It is their biggest deviation from the text, and they know it's a big swing. It is. We talked to the Tolkien estate, says Payne. If you are true to the exact letter of the law, you're going to be telling a story in which your human characters are dying off every season because you're jumping 200 years in time. And yes, I understand that. And then you're not meeting really you're not meeting really big, important canon characters until season 4. Look, there might be some fans who want us to do a documentary of Middle-earth, but we're going to tell one story that unites all of these things. Which begs the question, can Sauron be in several places at the same time? Which is honestly a question that fandom has had. The fandom has had this question. Of can Ainur, can the Valar or the Maiar like Sauron split their consciousness into multiple places at the same time? If you go with the answer yes, then we could have Sauron creating the dark cult of Numenor at the same time that he is deceiving Celebrimbor into making the rings. These things could happen simultaneously if you go with the assumption that Sauron can split his essence and be in two places at once. Or that he, as a Maya, has the ability to transport himself very quickly from vast distances. So yeah, the compression is definitely a frustrating thing. I absolutely agree. They're going to have to somehow put in mechanics, right? To make it possible for Sauron to do all the things that he does in the Second Age all at the same time. You know, getting captured doesn't actually hold him captive, right? You know, the only way to capture one of the Ainur, truly, is for other Ainur to capture them. You know, Melkor is put in chains and shoved out into the void, but that's only possible because it was done by other Valar. So, I mean, it could be an interesting point, an interesting plot point of the character, of the menace that is Sauron. because we're dealing with a being that can't just be contained because you want him locked up. Like, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. So I'm okay with that. I'm curious how they're going to portray him. Because honestly, to me, the most important part of this story is the bad guy. If you aren't able to do Sauron well, then all of these other plots are not going to be nearly as engaging. You have to have an engaging bad guy for these people to rally against. I will forever be of the opinion that this series should have been told from Sauron's perspective, but that's just me. That's just me. And wishful thinking. Sorry, I'm missing a whole bunch of stuff. Thank you for being so patient with me, guys. And thank you so much for subscribing. Year of the Trees. What are we talking about? Sorry, let me catch up. The age difference between Galadriel and Celebrimbor's actors is confusing. Yes, agreed. I'm trying to do as much birth year research as possible now. Yeah, I do cover some of the characters in TikTok videos. I have yet to hit Galadriel and Elrond's children, but I'll do one of Galadriel for sure. And Celebrimbor if I can find the information. Celebrimbor, we don't know for sure if Celebrimbor was born in the Year of the Two Trees. No, wait, yes we do. He was born in the Years of the Trees. Yes. Galadriel was just coming of age when they left. Like, she was newly adult. And she was not the youngest person to leave, because that's Finduilas. But again, I'm pulling from notes from the Nature of Middle-earth book. And those are not going to be the exact same consistently as other notes in the Legendarium, so it's fair. Oh, Kenneth, thank you so much for putting that in chat. You just checked, Galadriel is Year of the Trees, or YT. YT 1362. Celebrimbor before YT 1495. So potentially she's older. That makes sense to me. So the reason that I was thinking that... Curufin is between YT 1190 and 1479, or 1497. Celebrimbor is before 1495, putting Curufin most likely in the earlier side of things due to the aging and maturity. Exactly. Yeah. If I remember correctly, though, the Years of the Two Trees are counted in Valoran years. So there's a lot more time between those years than you would think. Each Valoran year is 144 mortal years long. So there's a lot more time in between. And it only takes 200 mortal years. Well, a bit longer. It's a bit longer in Valinor, so 288. 288 mortal years for an elf to go from being birthed to being the age of majority. So it's two Valoran years is growth to maturity. So it happens very quickly in that sense. She moisturizes. Will I be on Don's live stream later? He hasn't texted me to my knowledge. If he does, I would absolutely be willing. If he wants to chat about things, I'm all for it. Beginning to feel like Galadriel's a cougar. I mean, aren't all elves? Elves are a very long-lived race, so I mean, potentially all of them are. But the thing about Galadriel is considered to be beautiful at every point of her history. So having her not necessarily age is fine, in my opinion. It is a strange choice to make Celebrimbor appear so much older. Because if you're going with the mechanic that elves don't age very much, and they don't, Celebrimbor would be the same youthfulness level as Galadriel. Relatively close. Oh, speak of the devil, Dawn just texted me, so I'll check that out. Get that lock of hair, oh my gosh. Oh, thank you so much, Brendan. Yeah, if you're liking the content, please click the like button over on YouTube and subscribe. Please do. Please do. That's super helpful when you do that. I need to get my numbers up on YouTube specifically because I just lost my AdSense. I'm gonna have to reapply, but I do need minutes of watch time. That is the most important metric for me right now, is people watching over on YouTube. So please do that. Even if you catch a restream, put it on in the background of your phone and mute it, that still helps me. So you can do that stuff. If you really want to help, you can do that. And I appreciate whatever you do. Thank you. Okay. So they're trying to tell a story that unites all these things. Let's go to the end. So this is the very end here. The showrunners clearly have great respect for Tolkien, but you can't make a 50-hour adaptation without taking creative risks. And that's true. Quote, "We think the work will eventually speak for itself," Payne says, when asked if fan concern and speculation ever unnerves him. Quote, "Before an orchestra starts, audiences will talk to each other. But then, as soon as the music begins, you're in and you're listening to that music." End of quote. Cool. Shout out to Anthony Bresnikan and Joanna Robinson for this article at Vanity Fair. And shout out to Vanity Fair for making said article. So we do have a human and elf love thing happening. I am absolutely loving the Sylvan elf character, Arundir. Very cool. Very much looking forward. Great bone structure. Honestly, that's like the one requirement to be an elf. Be tall and have great bone structure. Maybe we get baby Elrond and Elros in the Silmarillion. Can't recall any elf children. Oh, gotcha. Yes. Yeah. Baby Elrond and Elros in the Silmarillion. There are plenty of elf children in the Silmarillion. It happens all the time in the Silm. And two twins in Doriath. Can't remember their names. Dawn uses Twitch. Does his name make sense in Sindarin, though? Arundir? Yes? Yes. Let me bring it up. So, this is the Elvish Dictionary that I tend to use. If you're on TikTok, you can't see this, but it's on the screen. It's called Parf Evelyn. And this is basically all of the existing Tolkien dictionaries were smushed into a single site, and they do a very good job of saying where the root is from, where it was originally published, and any background information. It's really helpful. So when I'm looking for Sindarin, I tend to look here. Aron should be from Aran. Come on, work with me. It doesn't want to. Of course it doesn't. Aronur. I'll say Aran is king. Aran is king. Or lord. Right, there it goes. So Arandir? Or Arundir? Oh, Arun can't happen from Aran? You sure? Okay. I'll take your word for it because you know Elvish better than I do at this point. Oh, sweet. You made a thread for all the Amazon Elvish on elfdic.com, which is where I'm at. Very cool. Let's bring that up. I totally want to bring that up. Let's bring it up. Oops. There we go. Oh, I can't. It's on a different yoink. Okay. It's fine. Cool. Thank you. Arod Noble. Thank you. Noble Lord. Yeah, Ndir is just man. Yeah, it's a male name ending. I got that. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, Brand, I was thinking towering. Like Halbarad. Yeah, that's... My brain wanted to say Halbarad, and I was like, but that's not the name, it's Halbrand. Yeah, Bronwyn is definitely going to be a mannish origin, for sure. White Raven or White Breast, that makes sense. If it's an Elvish name instead, might be linked to the root Bor, which is to endure. Tir Harad. Yeah, Tir is watch, like a watchtower, and Harad is south. Yeah, Southwatch. Cool, I wasn't too far off, because I was like, Arundir is actually very, very close to the name that I gave Dawn. The Elvish name that I gave Dawn. I think I named him Arundur instead of Dir. Arundur. Because Dawn is actually a name that also means noble. So that was very close to the name that I gave Dawn. That's really funny. Super cool. Thank you so much for sharing that link. Thank you, Gilruin. I really appreciate that. All right. I am very excited about this, though. Super excited for these characters. I want to know all about her. Fantastic. And shout out to the people who were like, those are feminine hands. Those are feminine dwarf hands. And I was like, that'd be awesome. I'd be all for it. The triangles did seem dwarvish to me in Origin, so that's really cool. I should have noticed the draping of the garment. Super cool. And I'm very excited about Arundir. So, there we go. Let's switch things over on my YouTube stream. Back to just chatting. How about that? So much fun. So much freaking fun. Okay, so that's a lot. That is a lot. I'm very excited though. I hope people don't get too worried when it comes to there being an intimacy coordinator on the show, because it's a good thing. It's always a good thing. Having an intimacy coordinator is better than not having an intimacy coordinator. It means that any intimate scenes that do make it in will hopefully be well shot and the actors will have felt comfortable the entire time. Especially if we do end up getting representation of any non-straight relationship. If we have any content that skews toward LGBTQ, if there is intimacy, it's important for actors to feel comfortable and feel confident in their acting when they are doing scenes like that. So, fingers crossed for that. But, yeah. Intimacy coordinators are great. It's a good thing. Thank you so much for the roses. Appreciate that. Thank you. Hi. Hi, guys. If you're over on TikTok, please head to the link in my bio over to my YouTube channel. I'm live over there. You get to see everything that I'm looking at, and that's where I need the numbers. That's where I need the numbers. I need the numbers over on YouTube to help me get AdSense back again. I fell off the AdSense wagon. I need my numbers back up again. So we're going to be concentrating a bit on getting my YouTube channel back up where it used to be. All it takes is one viral video on YouTube, and then I'm good. But yeah, I'm excited. So that gives us, like, a lot more insight into various characters that are going to show up, some of the original characters that are going to show up. I'm excited about this. That's very cool. Neo Sindarin would be nice to see. The one thing that I could take time, I'm probably not going to. Again, I'm not feeling well. I'm really not feeling well. So I'm probably not going to take the time to decode all of the Dwarvish runes that were in... What was her name? Desa? Was it Desa? Oh my gosh, I'm already blanking. Desa, okay, whew. I had it right. Okay, Princess Desa of the Dwarves. There were a lot of runes in the background of her image around the entire doorway, which is super cool, but I do not have the strength to do that much right now. I just don't. I do not. I haven't even eaten yet today, and it's already 1:15 p.m. here, so yeah, not feeling great today. Forgive me, please forgive me. But yeah, so that's fun. I love seeing the diversity, absolutely all for it. And racists can suck it. And my only further wish here is for LGBTQ representation. That would be fantastic. It's like, you don't have to make a big deal out of it. But if it is part of a character, like, show it being a part of a character, please. I'll say I'm still hoping. I'm still hoping that there will be something between Celebrimbor and Sauron, Anatar. And maybe that character, that mysterious character, the lost character that the hobbits come across, is also Sauron. We don't know. It would be you know what would be interesting? And I don't know that they'll do this, but it would be interesting if you end up having hobbits that, you know, come across this character, and this character's like, oh my gosh, how quaint. But they end up talking with this character, and it happens to be Sauron, and so you get some of the, from Sauron's perspective, like what he's doing. But seeing it from his perspective, because he's talking to creatures that he's like, these little creatures don't even freaking care. These little creatures are so infinitesimally not important in my grand scheme that he spills the beans to them. That he's just talking relatively openly, but from his perspective, so exploring his motivations through an interaction with the hobbits, with the Harfoots. That would be so funny. That would be so funny to me. I don't know that they'll do that, but it would be funny. I would approve. I would approve, at least. Yeah, LGBTQ rep would be really nice. Oh, glad you like the transition. Thank you. Thank you. I worked hard. I worked hard on this. I did hire someone to help me with the transition, but I told them exactly what I wanted. And the design around me was all me. I did that. I made this. It's just the opening and closing screen and the transition, the stinger transition. Those I hired someone to do for me. Because I can't use After Effects. I've only done it once. And while I'm very proud of the product that I made, it's not up to par. It wasn't good enough for me to include now. Yeah, I really think that it would be interesting to have, because if the hobbits aren't going to play a major role in the plot, because hobbits didn't do anything of note, right? They might be departing completely from that, saying that the Harfoots are not necessarily equivalent to Third Age hobbits, which they aren't. So taking them outside of the Shire, having that not be necessarily their origin, means that they can completely depart from that narrative, and so these hobbits could have something to do. The Harfoots could have something to do with the plot. But if they are sticking with they don't do anything of major note, then why are they there? You'd have to give them a purpose, or there's no point. And one would hope that it would just mean some really interesting interactions with this mysterious character, and if that happens to be Sauron, that'd be pretty cool. I think that would be a pretty cool way of going about it. But we'll have to see. Ultimately, it's a wait-and-see scenario. I am very much looking forward to the trailer, which will be dropping during Super Bowl Sunday. I will go live as soon as I'm able. And I might talk with Don as well, because if he ends up going live and wants company, I will happily join with him. But he also did text me, so I need to check that out really quickly. Let me do that. Okay, he's asking for a file that I owe him. That's fine. I do owe him a file. Don asks me for translations every so often. It's very nice of him to keep me busy. I'm also working on a bridal party, which is super fun, where I did a bunch of name translations, and I'm going to be making t-shirts for them. Also, random note, this was a custom commission idea, but I have t-shirts that now in Neo-Sindarin say, "My Elvish rage has been mollified." Or the equivalent in Neo-Sindarin, which is more, "My Elvish rage has now been stunted," or is now stunted, which is doubly funny because the person commissioning it is short. So, hilarious. I love it. But that is a custom commission that I did, and those shirts are now on my Teespring account, so you can find that through my website. I'm not advertising that specific design, but if it sounds like something that you think is funny, if you would like to have a t-shirt that says, "My Elvish rage has been stunted," or is now stunted, you can find those shirts on my Teespring shop. I made it available in a crop hoodie, because I thought that would be even more funny to see a short person like me wearing. So, fun translation that I did. If you want to check it out, you can. You're under zero obligation. But yeah, I'll have to think about making Celebrimbor simp merch. Celesimpbor. When does it release again? September 2nd. September 2nd is when the series goes live. In the meantime, we have a trailer that is locked in for Super Bowl Sunday, which is this weekend. But the show itself does not come out until September 2nd, which is the death anniversary of Tolkien. So, it's kind of cool. What's one trope that I hope the show would avoid? But you know that they'll do it anyway. Oh, man. Forcing female characters into romance plots. It's fine if it happens organically, but if you are forcing your female characters into romance plots, especially straight romance plots or love triangles, be prepared to deal with my wrath. I will be very frustrated by that. They will probably do it anyway. Especially because we got some gorgeous ladies. We got some gorgeous ladies in here, but it's always the female characters that are being forced into romance plots. Not every male character has to have a romance, but everyone expects women to have romances. And it's just super frustrating for me. Very frustrating. Will they probably do it? Yeah. Will I be thrilled about it? Nah. Not at all. But they will probably put in a love triangle or something to that effect. Whatever. Yes, Celebrimbor simp merch, absolutely. I will, Mikey. I will let me make note of it so I don't forget. Because when it's someone else's idea, I do like crediting you guys, so. Now, should it be Kellisimp-bor? Or could it be Kellisimp-more? Simp-more. Kellisimp-more? I like Simp-more. I think that's even better. But thank you, Michael. I'm probably going to augment that to Simp-more. So, I'm writing down your name, making sure I get it down, Mikey Lawrence. Thank you. Kellisimp, bro. Guys, no. Kellisimp, bruh. Should I start making videos with him being a gym bruh? That's like the woke bros. I don't know if anyone else follows that account on TikTok. Figgy fire flames, brother. Kellisimp bro is Jimbei. Forge Bay. Oh my gosh. Celebrimbor Kellisimpmore is Forge Bay. Yeah, the romances wouldn't be such a problem if there were more women in general. Agreed? Agreed. Okay, yeah, don't worry, I blocked them. I blocked them. None of that BS. Yeah, like, do I look like a person who would want God in their chat? Because I've got some news for you. If there is a more godless person in Tolkien talk, like, point him out. Point him out, my friends. You have no power here, God. Yeah, no, bye. Bye now. And can I just say, like, if your god is racist, like, the fuck is that religion? Absolutely, I blocked God. Don't fuck with me. Who do you think I am? I will absolutely block God. I give 0 fucks. Not a single fuck is given. I'm not even a witch, I'm just totally agnostic. I border between agnostic and, like, actual atheism. I'm tired of all the drama. I'm tired of religious bullshit. And for me, that's a letting go, rather than trying to lock into a faith that I feel is better representative of me. Because I haven't found one. I haven't found one that's representative for, you know, me and my beliefs. Therefore, bye. Friendship ended with God. Eru's my best friend now. Yeah, Eru would be. Though I'd have some questions for Eru. I've got some questions. I've got some questions for Eru if I ever get the chance. No, like, I've been pushing that from the get-go. The moment they announced that we were going to have a TV series, I was like, oh, I hope they do it from Sauron's perspective. And that's not just me simping for Sauron, it's me actually caring about Sauron as a character and Sauron's motivations. There's so much potential there, and I knew it was a very, very long reach, right? Big reach, huge jump into the void, and yeah, never gonna happen. Erunama. God ain't my judge. Yeah, no, bye God. Why would I want God in my chat? Bye! I'll laugh if we actually have, like, a big Tolkien fan, who's not a racist and happens to have the username God. That'd be funny. I was on a stream recently with Scotty Wartith, which was awesome. For those not in the know, that's TikTok Jesus, who's also a Tolkien fan. That was a thrill for me, because I'm such a fanboy. I love his content. I think I've watched one of his gaming streams too over on Twitch. Yes, thank you, chat. This is the community that we're trying to build here. This is what I, as a content creator, have the power to do. Is I get to use my platform to promote a fandom in which I have a place, and in which other people like me and not like me have a place. Is there a reward if we get to 30? If we get to 30 whats? Oh, likes! That'd be awesome! Yeah. What do you want? Do you want sour candy? I hate sour candy. But I have sour candy. It was a thing over on my Twitch channel that I did for Channel Point Redemption. So, I got 4 different flavors. I hate every single one of them. If we get 30 likes on the YouTube stream, sure, I'll take a big old swig of sour candy on an empty stomach after feeling sick. What could possibly go wrong? Megan, I'm glad you feel comfy. Like, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. I love interacting with people. I'm very vocal about where I am in the community. You know, I'm a non-binary, trans, poly, kink positive content creator who's also an egosexual. Like, I'm pretty fringe. But that's the point. I'm pretty fringe, and yet I'm, you know, one of the slightly more mainstream content creators on TikTok making Tolkien stuff. Heck yeah. If I can be one push for representation, then that's great. I want more people to be right alongside me in that. Get 30 likes, I have to go get a snack. I mean, snack time is great. I don't even know what I would have as a snack. I mean, really, I should have a frickin' meal, but I would be away from the screen for too long. I wait until I'm about to pass out and then I eat a cube of cheese. One stomach flew away from my goal weight. No, that's not how I play. That's not how I play at all, but I'm just quoting Devil Wears Prada, okay? Don't crucify me. How are the kitties? The kitties are not here. The kitties abandoned me. I wasn't feeling well and they're like, peace. They're probably in the sunbeams in my living room. Which, unfortunately, I can't detach the camera and take you with me. I could do that on TikTok, but I would not be able to do that over here. we are desk bound on YouTube. There it is, 30 likes. Okay, I wish I had a way of putting a poll up. I don't think I can do that yet on YouTube. Color. Pick a color. Any color. I will have sour candy and I will go grab a snack. You get both. I can do both. I can do both. I can be your boy toy. I can be your bride. Especially with the short hair, I can totally do both. 33 likes. Alright, I'm seeing a green. Okay, we got lots of green, red. We can do both. I don't even care. It's because I hate it, so it doesn't matter. I see more greens. All about the green. Okay. Green it is. I believe it's sour apple. I'm pretty sure this is sour apple. God, I hate this so much, y'all. I do it for the entertainment value because I hate sour stuff. But I'll take a decent portion of it. I'm not gonna flood my entire mouth, but I am going to take a decent sip, so. It is powder. It is powder candy. Bottoms up. Thanks for the likes, everyone. Hmm? Oh god. Okay. The gleek is everywhere. ASMR. Just kidding. Well, there you go. Proof is in the pudding. Wow. Delayed hit on that one. I was fine for the first few seconds. I'm like, oh, this isn't bad. But then my spit actually wet all of the powder and it went whoosh. Get a snack. Okay, I'm gonna get a snack. We will do that. Snack time. I'm here in my pajama bottoms. I give 0 fucks. But yes, we'll do that. Let me bring up... I'm gonna put you guys on a pause screen really quickly. It won't last long. I'll go grab some cheese sticks. It'll be something at least. And it's something that won't be super harsh on my stomach. So, I'll be right back. Love you guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, cheese sticks and sour apple. Classic combo, right? Actually, cheese and apple actually really do go well together. I will say. Brie and apple. Brie and Granny Smith apples. On top of, like, crostini. Yes, please. Add a little bit of chicken on there. Yes. Like a rosemary chicken. AKA, I'm gonna make it work, okay? I'm gonna make it work. I got cheese sticks. We got cheese sticks. I also got avocado, lime hummus, and some crackers. So, we shall eat. We shall eat, okay? Everybody happy? Everybody happy now? Are you happy now? 30 likes. Here we go. I eat on stream. I'm not doing creepy ASMR to me eating, though. Sorry, guys. Like, we're not to that level yet. Go get food. If you're hungry, eat. Please, please eat if you are hungry. Some are slightly troubling. What? Can I dissect and look through each image? I already did do that. Please head over to my YouTube channel. You'll be able to see the pictures and stuff. And I will make TikTok videos going through some of the images. Whatever I feel is actually necessary. Absolutely. I have the knight. You got it. If your god is racist, sounds like someone was a lazy writer and wanted an easy villain. Yup. Sour is the wizard way crust twist. I mean, it's true. I've had these since I started my channel. Practically. I bought them at Universal Studios at the... what's it called? The Chocolate Emporium? Toothless Chocolate Emporium. Toothless Chocolate Emporium. It's on City Walk in Orlando. Great place. They have a lot of great candy. But I saw these, like, potion bottle-like things, and I was like, I'm buying all of them. And I did. I bought all of the ones that were colored glass. Which, it just has a film on it. It's still clear glass, but... But they had red, green, blue, and purple, and I bought all 4. Purple! Don't blame you, you tried to empty him with Twitch points. There's only so much I can take, bro. Sour candy is so difficult for me. Sauron is a cat person. Sauron originally was going to be a cat. Not just a cat person, but a cat. Tevildo? Telvido? It's either Telvido or Tevildo. Sluxdecia, man. I can't remember. I think it's Tevildo. Let's look it up. Tevildo. It is Tevildo. The Prince of Cats. The mightiest of all cats who possessed an evil spirit. Tevildo. So yes, Sauron was originally going to be a cat. And I approve. I even made an illustration, wanna see? This was a very early live stream of mine. When I started making Tolkien content, but... This is Saucat. Because of course he'd be a tortie. If you know anything about cats, of course Sauron would be a tortie. So. That's my sour cat. And at the bottom of the page we have Sam. Because Sam is our sweet little cinnamon bun. Isn't he cute? And of course, Sour Cat would have to have a companion, right? So we have Meowcore. With the iron crown and everything. Bears a shocking resemblance to my cat, Gray. Kinda floofy, resting bitch face. My cat doesn't have a floofy tail, though. My cat has a very thin tail. So, Sour Cat and Meowcore. Sassy Sour Kitty energy. Oh, man. the Permarillion. Oh man, don't make me redesign like all of the Feanorians into cats. That'd be frightening. That would be frightening. I don't wanna. Maybe I should break that up. Make that like a reward for me getting a certain number of subscribers on YouTube. Making cat designs of each of the Feanorians. One at a time. Ah, the Puradur! Yes! The Black Tower of Puradur. Mm-hmm. The Felinorians, oh my god. Guys, no. The Felinorians? That's too perfect to not do. That's too perfect to not do! Shit. I'm not that good of an artist! And I don't have Dawn's connections. Dawn has like an actual designer person on Teespring that helps him with designs, which is really cool, but that ain't me. Hydrate. This chat is going places. I'm all here for it. I'm all in, man. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the Vanity Fair shoot. Fantastic. Did already cover it over on my YouTube channel, with the images and everything, but we can do another recap. We can do a recap while I'm snacking. Let's do that. We can totally do that. Okay. Gotta bring up the, Okay. Yoink. Okay. Image number 1. Yeah. Image number 1, we got Galadriel. In the water. Nothing major going on here, except her looking kind of badass. Shipwreck. We got shipwreck vibes. Obviously some trouble at sea. My thought, this is probably happening like at the beginning of the Second Age with the sinking of Beleriand. That's my guess. I could be wrong, but that's my guess. We got Galadriel in freaking armor. I am with people who have said, inaccuracy, why is she wearing a Feanorian star? Because Galadriel's such a fan of Feanor. Spoiler alert, she hates the bastard. And rightfully so. Oh, no problem. That's why we're going back through it. So Galadriel does have a Feanorian star on the breastplate of her armor. Armor is fantastic. Slightly older construction style compared to like the late Second Age where we got the stuff that we saw in the prologue for Fellowship of the Ring. Like that's a solid breastplate, not something with a lot of movement. Because there were a lot of moving parts in the armor that John Howe helped them create for Fellowship of the Ring. The Last Alliance was super cool when it comes to an armor design standpoint. Like, bear with me. But Galadriel looking kind of badass. I should try and zoom in on her sword a little bit, see what we could see there. Let's see. Make it big. Oh great, now it's not even showing it. My bad. Nope. Okay. That's a little bit closer. I just don't want to mess with this with the proportions and having to move it around my screen in OBS. But looking a little bit closer, I can't tell if where the handle meets the pommel. No, pommel is the top. Brain. Sword names. Sword part names, can't remember. But where the crossbars are on the hilt. I can't tell what's there. If it's a jewel of some sort, or if they maybe put a family crest there, some heraldry. It's on Facebook as well. Cool. Yeah. Theory that the star might be of the House of Finwë in general. We do have the heraldry for Finwë, if I remember correctly. Oh no, wait. There was an artist on DeviantArt at one point. That takes me back. Who filled in all the blanks with the heraldries. Made several deviations on their DeviantArt account that were just all of the heraldries that are on one version of the Silmarillion. And then they expanded upon them to include the other main characters in those families. So Finwë, I believe, was one of them. But I think it was a fan creation. It wasn't an actual one made by Tolkien. Which are few and far between, unfortunately. Because Tolkien did a good job, I think, with a lot of the heraldry. Okay. Glam Shatter Skull at the beginning of the stream. Not sure what the source was, though. Yeah, I don't know. $34 likes. Thanks, guys. Thank you. If you're on TikTok, please head over to my YouTube channel. That's where the like count is going. But I appreciate all you guys with the watch minutes. It's really going to help me get my channel monetized again. We do have canonical heraldry for Finwë. Thank you! See, like, I'm letting you guys do the work so I don't have to. Let's find it. Aye, there we go. Definitely more sun-like. Mm-hmm. Emblems and heraldry. Much more sun-like for Finwë. Which is really funny because Finwë was an elf, like, way before the sun was a thing. So maybe they were going for, like, just a very many-pointed star here. What the fuck is that? Fair. That's fair. It's not bad. But it's definitely more sun-related than moon or star-related. Though honestly, to be fair, I feel like... Oh, that's cool. They made a shield version. That's pretty cool looking. To be fair, I feel like if stars were going to belong to any sect of the elves, it would probably be the Vanyar. The Vanyar, I think, would have, like, their pick of star heraldries. Because they're the ones who stayed in close connection with Manwë and Varda. Like, they live on Taniquetil, which is the really high mountaintop in Valinor, where the gods live. Twitter hate is ridiculous. I ran out of crackers. It's okay. Everything's fine. These are pretty good ones. Mm-hmm. Okay, so, if I remember correctly, let's bring this up. Okay. I know a lot of these. Okay. Just making sure it's centered. Cool. This is Feanor. Easy to tell that it's Feanor because there's the star in the very, very center, but then you have these multicolored triangle shapes here. So this is the Feanorian crest. This is Fingolfin, his half-brother. This is Finarfin, his other half-brother. Finarfin being the father of Galadriel. That's Finwë, we just saw that one. This is Thingol. Or no, Olwë? Olwë and Thingol's are very similar. Olwë and Elwë. So that's one of the two. I think it's Elwë. I think this is Eleuthingol. This is Luthien in the center. That is Finrod Felagund, which is Galadriel's older brother. This is Eärendil. Big star in the center. And this one is Gil-galad, whose name means star brilliance or star radiance. So, having multiple stars in his makes sense. But we've got 4, 5, and 6-point stars. Galadriel uses specifically the 8-point star, and 8-point stars were later very much a Feanorian thing. But there's your lesson on the basic heraldry that Tolkien put out there. Where do we get all this info about heraldry? Tolkien had a drawing at one point. I forget where it was originally published, but Tolkien made a drawing that had these. Had these ones. And I'm like, who puts a frickin', like, harp on their heraldry? Like, that's so difficult to stitch into things. Why would you do that to yourself? Honestly, my favorite heraldry out of this bunch here, my favorite heraldry is Finarfin. This one. I love that heraldry. Which is why I use it on my loop deck. It's the little icon that I use for my voice filter for every elf ever, which I can switch to. It's in here. It's nothing crazy, but
so this is my every elf ever. Deepens my voice a little bit. Not by too much. A little. Every elf ever. This is how they all sound. Don't you know? And then I have a deeper filter for Feanor, and that has his crest. So. This is Feanor. A little bit deeper. If you're on TikTok, YouTube, please. You can't hear the voice filters unless you're on YouTube. Tolkien, artist and illustrator. It's a book. Thank you. I know it was somewhere.
Test. Okay. Making sure we're back. Back to the normal voice. I didn't want to accidentally stay in the voice filter. It'd be funny, but no. The Noldor invented bagels, that's canon. Spiky bagel. Oh no. No. Elwë. Yes. Elwë is the Quenya name for Eleuthingel. Luthien Tinuviel's father. That's one thing that Tolkien did with his heraldry, is male heraldry is in the diamond shape. It's in the tilted up squares. Female heraldry is circular, which is why the center one in the image here is circular, because that is Luthien's. That is Luthien Tinuviel's heraldry, which is really pretty. It's really pretty. People get that tattooed on them all the time. Galadriel's is also circular. Or should be. Chocolate Rain? Chocolate Rain. I'm unfamiliar. Oh god. Chocolate Rain. Oh, thank you so much, Sophie. I'm glad I am Sophie approved. Thank you so much. Their username is Sophie approved. I guess I am. Weird science. Ooh. I have my own god voice, but it's this one.
This is the God voice. Listen to the word of God. Racists can go get fucked. Okay, thanks, bye.
Test. Okay. So the big echoey deep voice is my god voice. I thought we blocked God. That's my Valar voice. I put that on for most of the Valar when I read the Silmarillion. Which is a thing I do on Saturdays. Silmarillion Saturdays. Which I might have to skip this week because I think my mom is coming to visit, and it's the first time that she'll be visiting me in my new place, so I really want to give her the time that she's due. And my live streams tend to last 3+ hours, so I don't want to do that to her. Last words of the Bible. Okay, thanks, bye. I should have trolled God with his own voice. Note for next time. Next time there's a racist in chat, point him out. Thank you, guys. I'm feeling really good. Gosh, this haircut was way shorter than I expected it to be. But I'm liking it. Like, it's nice. It's like not quite Draco Malfoy. Draco had longer hair. It's kind of silvery though. Like, they really toned the edges. I'm okay with it. I'm not mad at it. But I was expecting more of a yellow blonde than a silver blonde. So they really like grayed me out a little bit. I'm liking it though. And it's shorter than I thought. I'll grow into it. But helps bring out my cheekbones a little bit more. Never a bad thing. So fresh, so clean. What state am I from? Born originally in California. Big shocker. Because I mean, honestly, do I not seem like a Californian? I didn't grow up in California though, if that's any consolation. I actually grew up in the state that I'm currently living in, which is Arizona. Hi! Hi, Monashef, what is up? Not just referring to Don Marshall 72, no. I'm having my own... my own run-ins with the racists. Partially because of Don Marshall 72's temporary ban. But also just, you know, people in general being assholes. But no, on my YouTube, there was a commenter named God. And they were being a racist piece of shit, so I blocked them. Banhammer. Trying to finish an assignment? Do your schoolwork. Good job. Homework sucks. Homework just sucks. The education system in this country sucks. But do your best. And just know that how you do in your academics does not define you as a person. You as a person are completely valid and valuable. So try to succeed at your studies, but like don't take it as like the end of the world if you don't. Everybody has different strengths, and our education system does not play to everyone's strengths. I thrived in our education system, but that's only because I was super detail-oriented, and, like, I enjoyed taking exams. I was weird, okay? Good at memorizing information and spewing it back out. I did great in our education system. Doesn't mean I'm particularly smarter than anybody else. No, please, like... Take that in. You are valuable, you are an asset to society. The grades ultimately do not matter. You can be an amazing person and contribute something amazing to society without making the grades that everyone expects you to make, so it does not define you. Take what you can from your education. But don't be afraid to educate yourself on stuff, because unfortunately our system will not educate you on certain things, so you'll have to take the initiative yourself. Again, sucks, and it shouldn't be that way, but that's the way it is. Hopefully that will improve in time. I have faith that as my generation gets old enough to be the ones making the laws, hopefully we'll make a difference for once. Not everyone can be an asshole, right? I do try. Like, I don't really use my degree. Like, I got one. I did get one. But I don't really use it all that much. I try and bring it every so often. You'll see it, like, pop into my TikTok videos a little bit. Whenever I talk about kinesiological sciences, that's when I'm using my degree. Whenever I talk about body position, like we were talking about, at one point I made a video of people were asking what centaurs do with their arms when they're running. And it was, it was a comedic thing. But, from a kinesiological standpoint, I'm like, hey, I know this answer. Because I know how muscles work and how the human body moves, and so this being half human, half horse, it's an easy leap. But I made a video based on that, and that actually, while it didn't go viral or anything, it was a fun video because it actually used my knowledge that I gained through school. I'm so sorry that you haven't felt so much support. Because middle school and high school, we put so much pressure on ourselves. And I mean, like, half of it is just shit we put on ourselves. That was my case. My parents did not push me to be a great student. I mean, they wanted me to be a good student, but I think they learned with my sister, because I have a 4-year-old sister. 4 years older than me. Wait, I don't have a 4-year-old sister. That would be bonkers. My poor mom. No. My sister is 4 years older than me. And so she was the eldest, and so she had the trial run. She got Parents 1.0. I got Parents 2.0. And it was an upgrade. So my sister, more rebellious in nature than I am, just in general. And she struggled. And my parents were way too hard on her. They were way too hard. And she's still dealing with the trauma of that, of, the expectations and being made to feel like she was a disappointment when she shouldn't have been. My sister she had a different mind, she had different skills, and she did not do well in the education system as it was at the time. But my parents learned through parenting her how to better parent me, and so my parents didn't put too much pressure on me as a student, but I put all the pressure on myself. I was super hard on myself. And I don't really know where that motivation came from. But I think I got too tied up in because school is my job, that is how to measure my worth as a person. I was like, if I don't succeed at school, then what am I even doing here? Like, not just at school, but in life. Like, why am I here if I'm not doing well at the one job I've been given, right? Just messed up. But that's where I was. So I put all the pressure on myself. Like, I had straight A's from 4th grade on, with one exception. And the exception was band in 8th grade. 8th grade band. And I was a good musician. I did well. And I should have gotten an A, but I did not turn in all of the forms that said that I had practiced. I had practiced, and my parents, were like, she did practice, we promise. Like, our kid did practice. When they say they practiced, we can stand by them. But I didn't turn in the actual forms that said that I practiced, and so I got a B. I got docked points because I didn't turn in the forms. And I was so mad at myself. Like, I was super hard on myself about that. I'm like, I did so well in band, and I still got a B. That's not fair. But no, like, that was totally me. My parents were just like, you're doing the work, you're doing great, everything is fine. And I'm like, no, everything's not fine. I'm not perfect. Constantly pushed myself. I still do in some ways. But I'm just trying to be me now rather than trying to be some weird expectation, like the perfect me. Whatever that means. Let's go back to the images, though. We were talking images. Let's look at images. Like, back to what we were doing. How about that? There we go. 100%. Cool. But yeah, like, I put all the pressure on myself, and it was what it was. I won't say it wasn't worth it, but it did change how I lived, like, my college years. I was constantly studying. I had no fun in college. I had no fun with, like, friends. I didn't get into the party culture. I didn't do any of that stuff because I was too busy studying, and I took it really seriously. And I'm not mad that I did that, but it did change the experience that I had. I did not get any socialization in college. Because my motivation was just, it was elsewhere. It was what it was. All I'm saying is you don't have to be like I was. Like, I was a really good student, and I worked hard, and, you know, I graduated with a 3.97 GPA out of college. I got 1 A-. It's the only thing that I didn't get an A on. Still proud of that, though, because I actually failed the practical exam in my final. I failed the practical. I made one rookie mistake, and it was an automatic fail. They had warned us. They had warned us ahead of time. If you make this mistake, you fail. I got nervous. I made the mistake. I failed. Which meant that I had to get a 96 or higher on the written exam to keep an A. To keep an A at all. And I didn't realize that A- was a different GPA thing at the time. But I was like, okay, I need a 96 or higher to keep my A. I got a 98 on that fucking exam. I fucking killed it. So, I kept my A, but it was an A-. Still proud of myself. I did really well. Sister is 4, Elven status confirmed. No, my sister's not 4 years old. She's 4 years older than me. 4 human years or 4 elvish years. Human years, guys. The ears are not pointed, okay? I thought about getting, like, the actual ear-pointing surgery. I thought that would be cool. I could still get it done if I really wanted to. It's just a completely elected procedure. But I'm saving my money for top surgery. Like, that's the big thing that needs to happen. I am not at all confident in my body because there's way too much here that should not be here. It's genetics, but I'm non-binary and I have a lot of body dysphoria because of my chest. So that's why almost all my videos are from here up. Because I don't want anyone looking here. I also dislike what having a chest makes people treat me like, you know? Just totally a white privilege thing to say. But anybody who's female presenting, you know what I mean. Like, my face is here. You know what I mean. It sucks. But it adds to my dysphoria because being viewed automatically as female is kind of triggering for me. I'm like, I'm not female. I'm not your daughter. I'm your kid, okay? Like, can we please keep it neutral? So, yeah. Don't know if that's just me. Tra-la-la. Exact same. Hey, you know, kindred spirits. Thank you for being here with me. Oh, spooky. Same for you too, huh? I appreciate you guys. Oh, thank you to Great Claw. Yes, anybody who happens to be over on Twitch, please hop on over to YouTube instead if you can. I need the numbers on YouTube. Twitch is great, and I do simulstream there, just to, you know, cast a broad net. But I don't need numbers on Twitch. I'm never getting paid on Twitch, okay? I quit the affiliate program so that I could stream from YouTube as well. So you can watch on Twitch if it's more convenient, but if you want to help me with numbers, please do so on YouTube. That's where I actually need the views. I am your elf boy. Yeah, I self-identified as elf boy from the get-go. I'm so glad I did that. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with my channel. Like, I've always been Wizardway Chris. Like, that's been my social media platform for years now. And I chose Wizardway Chris because at the time I was covering Harry Potter stuff, but I knew that at some point I was probably going to transition back to Tolkien. So I wanted a channel name that allowed me the freedom of going elsewhere in the fantasy genre. And now I have the hiccups. There we go. Great pressure point for hiccups, by the way. If you follow your collarbones in to where they meet your sternum, press in and up a little bit. It should be sensitive. Don't really jab yourself, but it should be a little sensitive. Do that, deep breath, hiccups gone. For me, at least. Your mileage may vary, but it works great for me. What was I talking about? Crap. Oh yeah, so I wanted the freedom to go elsewhere in the fantasy genre, and that's why I went with Wizardway. Because wizards are, you know, it's a basic fantasy concept. And magic! But as soon as I started making content on TikTok regularly about Lord of the Rings and stuff, like, Don was there. He was still bigger than I was because he had a month head start before me. But I saw that he was doing just a very regular Welcome to Obscure Lord of the Rings Facts. And, you know, I'm Don Marshall 72. This is Obscure Lord of the Rings Facts. Or follow for more Obscure Lord of the Rings Facts. Like, he was very good at repeating the same concept, identifying himself. Like, he was building his brand. And having been a social media coordinator, I'm like, I need to do that. So I was like, what do I want to brand myself as? And I was like, well, you know, number one, I'm elf obsessed. Like, my Tolkien knowledge is more narrow than Dawn's. Dawn has a much broader knowledge. Same with New Beta Do Beta. Like, guy's memory is amazing. Constantly in awe of him. New Beta's just great. But my knowledge is very, like, laser focused on the elves and the Ainur. So most of that stuff I'm good with. And I learned Elvish when I was in high school. Late high school. From the woman who then became my life partner years later. But with Sandra gone, that's my life partner, with Sandra passed away in September of 2019, with her now gone, I got the motivation to try and relearn. Now, I relearned the Elvish she taught me, so that's like 2004 Elvish. So full disclaimer, I am still learning the more recent, up-to-date Neo-Sindarin. Still learning it. But as I learn, I'm trying to digest all of the information, reformat it, and I will be making videos to help other people learn. But specifically learning Neo-Sindarin as taught by Fiona Jallings, who oddly enough had interacted with my partner ages ago. It's a small, compact little, like, Elvish Tolkien community. All of us who love the language. So that was kind of cool. I reconnected with Fiona, and she's basically given me permission, because she's not the type to go on camera. She doesn't like to. She gave me permission to adapt her lessons into an AV format, an audiovisual format. So I'm gonna try and do that. Pressure's on. It's at my own pace, so I'm not really rushing it, but just so everyone knows, like, I am still learning. That's why I love having Gilrien in my chat over on YouTube/Twitch, because they obviously have a very deep knowledge of Neo-Sindarin, and that is fantastic. Like, thank you. I like not being the only geek here, okay? Like, I don't pretend to be the smartest geek in the room. That's not the point. That is not the point. I don't base my worth based on how I compare to the others in the room, okay? And you shouldn't either. Ooh, okay. Will I be doing episode breakdowns? Yes. When the series comes out, Dawn and I will be doing the After Power Hour together every episode, every week. We have already committed to doing that with each other. It'll be on his Twitch, it'll be on my YouTube. It'll be slightly different probably on the two, just format-wise, because on my channel it'll be colorful, like this. All of this. I tend to have really bright colors. But yeah, so I'll probably format it a little bit like my stuff. It'll still be my style. Versus on his Twitch channel, it'll be more Dawn's style, which is informal, chaotic, and awesome. But yes, we will be joining together on every stream for the After Power Hour, which will happen after every episode. We're gonna watch it, film it, and then the next day it should go live. So it won't be immediately after the show because we don't have, like, advanced release copy. We don't have access to the show before it airs. If that ends up happening, then yippee, that would be fantastic. But, you know, we're not putting the cart before the horse on that. I'm running out of water, which means the stream needs to end. Why is the water gone? I am feeling a little bit better. Despite talking way more than my voice wants me to, I am feeling a little better. It's not that he doesn't have style, it's that he doesn't prioritize the bells and whistles, and that's perfectly fine. I've been streaming for years, Dawn hasn't. So, you know, I wanted the little rainbow borders that move and having the branding of my logo, my Wizard Way rainbow flames everywhere. That's been my style for a while. But as far as Dawn is concerned, he just wants to show you what he needs to show you, and it's not about the bells and whistles, which is a perfectly valid way of streaming. You don't have to have bells and whistles. You have to have a great personality, a great camera presence, and be relatable, and he is all of those things. We have upset Ulmo, I know, like, there's no more. Honor the vow of water. Oh, I can't. He's gonna come and punish me. A la Sailor Moon.
How dare you? How dare! More water!
Okay, enough of that. Oh yeah, we're gonna notice all the Easter eggs. It's gonna be so much fun. It's gonna be so much fun. And we're just gonna be freaking out the entire time. Like, that's gonna be the fun part, is just watching us freak out together as big fans. But I'm terrible at hiding my disappointment with things, so if I am disappointed on any front, you will probably know. I'm terrible at hiding my true feelings. Well, I wouldn't say I'm terrible at it. If I act, you probably wouldn't be able to tell that I'm acting. I can act very, very well, but I tend to not bother. I don't tend to mask, because I don't want to. I don't feel I should have to. And so I just don't. Okay, let's bring up the Amazon thing again. So, we were going back through all the pictures. Shipwreck Galadriel. Comes up for air, it says in the caption. Warrior Galadriel. Now I'm just picturing her with a chakra going... If Galadriel pulls a Xena, I'm gonna lose my shit. If Galadriel pulls a Xena and does like a flip over someone, I'm gonna like lose it. I'm gonna love that so much. I'm gonna love that so much. She needs a girly sidekick then though. Tra-la-la. We have 3 little teasers here. So, yay for Vanity Fair first look. Thank you to Vanity Fair. But we have Durin, Prince Durin IV. We have Princess Desa, who is an original character. Hell yes. Female dwarves, booyah. Can't wait. Can't wait. And she is freaking gorgeous. And then in the far corner there we have a Sylvan elf. Arundir. Arundir, aka Noble Guy. Noble Guy in Neo-Cinderin. Which, funnily enough, is very, very close to the name that I gave Dawn, because Dawn means noble as well. Loving the actor they chose for Arundir, though. Very nice. Very nice. Great bone structure, piercing eyes. Super cool. Super cool to have Sylvan Elves have some more melanin. Booyah. Water scene, which looks miserable. Shout out to any actors or tech people who have to work in these conditions. That shit ain't easy. But shipwreck, that's Galadriel and Halbrand. Halbrand. Who's a mortal character. Here we have Elrond. Not sure about the location here. But probably Lindon, because they are quoted as having him be an ambitious elf of Lindon. Ambitious young leader. And he would be young, but again, we are condensing most of the Second Age into one compact storyline. That's what they're trying to do. Elrond as a sidekick? I mean, kind of. They end up on the White Council together. Kella Simpmore is Gabrielle. That wouldn't work out so well. Though, I mean, to be fair, Celebrimbor does canonically have a bit of a crush on Galadriel, it just never goes anywhere. I know, baby Elrond. He looks innocent, but this is a front for emotional damage. Like, the guy is damaged. We're damaged. Truly damaged. Anyone ever seen Heathers the musical? Oh god, now I'm picturing Elrond singing Can't We Be 17? Can't we be 17? Because, I mean, Elrond, at least at the beginning of the Second Age, he really is like 17. He's like a teenager. He's baby. Baby Elrond. Elrond is Galadriel's Sam? Probably. Galadriel... Galadriel's a little bit cold as a character. The way that she is described by Tolkien, like, she's a no-nonsense, kick-ass female, but she's also she's kind of cold. Like, she will absolutely throw you under the bus. Like, she's not quite Mean Girls level, but, like, she ain't gonna mess around. Like, self-preservation is strong with that one. Can't get the image out of your head. Elrond is a little ball of trauma. I mean, he loses his parents, because his parents don't really, like, come back very much from the Undying Lands. He's given the choice, okay, well, you're super young, but make a decision. Do you want to be mortal, or do you want to be elven? He decides mortal. His twin brother decides... Or he decides immortal, sorry. He decides elven. His twin brother decides to be mortal. So he has to watch his twin brother grow old and die. After having lost his parents, and after experiencing the third kinslaying at the Havens at Sirion. Before Beleriand sinks into the freaking ocean and is lost. Like, this poor kid. This poor kid. They did not have an easy time. And he was, raised by the enemy because the Feanorians, did the kinslaying at the Havens of Sirion, and then were like, oh crap, Elrond and Elros, they're kind of extended kin, and we feel bad that we just slaughtered a bunch of people. And so they take them in and they help raise them. Maedhros and Maglor, who are arguably the best two of the Feanorians, arguably, the kindest two, they end up raising Elrond and Elros. And then they make their choice. He loses Elros to time. He works his way up the ranks and is, scribe, historian, political figure for Gil-galad. Really his right-hand man to the High King of the Noldor. Ooh, I'm sorry, Lore Nerd. I'm sorry, Lore Nerd. I'm not gonna go live with you. I'm probably gonna call it quits. Yes, I do know Don Marshall 72 in real life, yeah. Not like in person, but yes, we converse. He has my phone number. Like, we know each other. We know each other and we like working together, so. Yeah, Don's awesome. But yeah, poor Elrond. I mean, and he deals with all that stuff. He watches, Celebrimbor, who is probably a friend, because Celebrimbor is also a ball of trauma. Celebrimbor's been alive longer, dealt with his family being a complete ass. Also dealt with the initial kinslaying at Alqualondë killed his mom. If I remember correctly, he's of mixed descent, Celebrimbor. He's Noldorin and part Telerin, if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong here. I vaguely remember his mom being of Teleri ancestry. So I don't know if she was killed at the kinslaying, or just if it caused a huge rift, but she is not around and never mentioned in the Silmarillion. So he leaves Valinor with his dad, knowing his dad was part of the reason that the kinslaying even happened. I usually figure that Celebrimbor is adult, but relatively young when this is going down in Valinor. But, there are different versions of Celebrimbor's story, so, like, if you combine them all together, he was practically everywhere when things went down. He was in Gondolin when Gondolin fell, because he was a jewelsmith, but his mentor was the jewelsmith in Gondolin. So chances are he was in Gondolin and watched that entire realm fall. And in Lamentation he ends up at the Havens at Sirion, and then the Havens at Sirion gets the third kinslaying. So he's been around for a lot of war and destruction and friends dying, and what a nightmare. So, yeah, lots of trauma for the older elves. Galadriel too. Galadriel kinslaying at Doriath, which was the second kinslaying. I don't believe she was present for the kinslaying at Alqualondë, but that's her family too. Because her mother is Telerin. So, like, all three of the main Elvish characters in this series, if all three of them show up, assuming they do, because they were listed here, Galadriel, Elrond, Celebrimbor, all three of them suffered through at least one, if not multiple, kinslayings. Plus the War of Wrath. Plus the sinking of Beleriand. And they all end up, in Lindon. Which is why it makes perfect sense that they put a lot of political intrigue into Lindon, because when Beleriand sinks, lots of elves are just pushed onto the coast there, where Ered Luin, which is the mountain range, the Blue Mountains, sort of breaks up, and you end up with the Gulf there. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in these elves' backstories. So, no matter which direction and how much they actually show, just know that all of these elves are super traumatized. If they act out, there's a reason. No, it's not the same era, but can I explain Aragorn's ancestors? How is he part Elven? Aragorn's ancestor is Elrond's twin brother, Elros. So Elrond and Elros are 1/16 Maiar, which is one of the divine creatures. So they're 1/16 Maiar, 6/16 human, and 9/16 Elven. That's just from their ancestry looking at the family tree. So they're called half-elves, but the use peredel, or peredil plural, is used to describe anyone with mixed ancestry, mortal and elven, because it's a relatively small group of people. So they're all collectively known as the peredil. But specifically, Elrond is just called Elrond half-elven, Elrond peredel. And he and his twin brother were given the choice of remaining elvish or choosing a mortal life, much like Arwen does later on, adding to his emotional trauma. Elrond chooses to be counted amongst the elves. His twin brother Elros chooses to be counted amongst the mortals, probably because he falls in love with a mortal person and wants to live his life with her, rather than living with her, watching her die, and then continuing on. So he basically makes the same choice that Arwen does later on. That choice was only given to Elrond, Elros, and their kids. Their immediate kids. Nothing beyond that, just their kids. So that's Elladan, Elrohir, and Arwen, which are Elrond's children, and Vardamir, which is Elros's child. And that starts the line of kings of Numenor. Because it was a partial elf, right, who decided to be counted amongst the mortals. And that's why you get a little tiny bit of elvish blood in the line that trickles down generation after generation to eventually get to Aragorn. So Aragorn is, like 1/10,037th elvish. And the rest of his bloodline is most likely completely mortal. So it's very much a tiny, tiny percentage of his heritage, but that's why he has elven blood in his veins. Is because originally his entire line originated with Elrond's twin brother Elros. So that's where it comes from. Hopefully that condensed it into a nugget of information for you. Gil-galad Burr. Oh no. He does have a Princess Diana blowout, though. I mean, his hair's looking fabulous. He totally does have a Lady Di hair. Oh my gosh. Sorry, Elrond. We love you, Robert. Forgive us, Robbie. Robbie's got some major Lady Vibe hair. Lady Di vibe hair. Hair vibe? Oh my god, I can't even talk. I need to stop being live at this point. Let's get through the rest of these pictures. He switches between Teleri and Son of Curufin, between the different versions. Yeah. But when he's Son of Curufin, he isn't part Teleri, you think? Okay. I'll take your word for it. Again, I would have to do my research again. Yes, I know that his mother did not follow them into exile. I know that for sure. I just wasn't sure what her heritage was. It's usually just assumed that she's also Noldor, but she could have been of any of the races, and we wouldn't know because it's never mentioned specifically. I guess my brain just liked adding to the trauma because I'm a really sadistic writer. I guess I just, in my head, traumatized him even more by making the kinslaying even more personal and sundering the family. Because a Teleri elf would definitely not follow her kinslayer husband into exile. So I guess that's just me adding even more onto his plate of trauma. But yeah, so Elrond is very sweet here, but there's trauma. There's trauma in those eyes. If I could zoom in, I'd go foop. He's seen some shit. Alright, next image we have is Bronwyn and Arundir. Arundir being a sylvan elf, which is super cool. Bronwyn being a human. And this is a love I can get behind. Unlike the shit in The Hobbit that was really trying to shoehorn in a romance between an elf and a dwarf. Which did not make sense in the Third Age. Did not make sense at all. It is a hill I will die on. That they never should have put that in there. It takes away all of the gravitas of Legolas and Gimli becoming friends. Because it was not done. It was not done. Not even friendship was done during that time period. Prior to that, when we're talking Second Age, I could get behind it. I could get behind an elf of Khazad Doom, or a dwarf of Khazad Doom and an elf of Eregion. I could get behind that because at the time they were at least friends. The two races were super friendly and working in close concert with each other in the Second Age, so that would make way more sense than what they did in The Hobbit. Anyway, this forbidden love right here of mortal and elf makes a lot of sense. Sylvan elves tended to stay to themselves and not get involved in other people's drama, so I wouldn't say xenophobic, but leaning toward that. So, him falling for a mortal outsider, probably some drama there. Drama's fun. Elrond and Galadriel reunited in Lindon. It would be nice if they had specified where in Lindon this is. If this is Mithlond, or somewhere else along the coasts. Love the setting, though. Can't wait to pick this stuff apart. I love it. Love it. And gosh, the two elves in the background there down in that lower corner, they look like they're painted. Like, this looks like a tapestry behind them. It looks like it could have just been painted. I know that's camera angle, but still, it's beautiful. Beautiful work. Alright, next one. This is Bronwyn, so this is the mortal woman. She is a healer, so this is her apothecary, which is super cool. Look at all those herbs. Likey. Casual scene with mummy-in-law. Yeah, mummy-in-law before she has her kid. Who knows? Maybe we see the meeting of Elrond and Celebrian. That wouldn't be a bad thing. Maybe stupid question. No such thing. Do all dwarves in Middle-earth live in caves? For the most part. Yes. Or could there be dwarven villages on the surface? There probably are dwarven villages on the surface. But the great halls, the places, the hotbeds of dwarven ingenuity and craftsmanship are always underground. Because they are miners by their very nature. It's what they were created to do. By the god Aule, who's the craftsman god. His name actually means inventor. So they were made by the craftsman god. They are not the children of Iluvatar, who were made by the one god, the head honcho. That's elves and mortal men. But the dwarves were made by Aule. And they were allowed to continue to exist. Aule shouldn't have done it. But he got away with it with just a slap of the wrist. Which his wife was really pissed off about. Rightly so. Because he got special treatment. But the dwarves are, by their very nature, earth-dwelling. Because it's all about mining and creation and ingenuity. So that's totally their thing. Hey, thank you for the follow. OMG Panda. How many times did I read Lord of the Rings and the rest? Lord of the Rings, believe it or not, only once. I've only read Lord of the Rings once. In high school. And that's longer ago than I want to admit. Like 20 years ago. Literally, like almost exactly 20 years ago is when I read it. Wow. It feels like forever ago. Yikes. Because I actually didn't get into Tolkien until the first movie came out. Hadn't even heard of him. But my family went to movie night, and I was instantly obsessed. But Lord of the Rings, only read it all the way through once. I've referenced different parts of it numerous times, but I haven't actually read it all the way through. Not since the first time. I really want to do that. I just haven't at the time. Silmarillion, I'm on my second/third read through, because I was already reading it the second time when I started doing my live streams of reading through it. So I'm reading it on my own and then also reading it for the live streams. So that's second/third read through. But again, like I read something once, I read it super slow, and I let all of the information absorb into my spongy human brain. And and it stays there for the most part. I have a pretty good memory specifically with Tolkien stuff. Don't ask me about human history. Like, I'm terrible at history in general, but the Elvish stuff just sticks. Because I care. Honestly, I think that's the one difference. Because I care. But no. Like, read everything all the way through only once on both. The one book in the history of Middle-earth that I have read multiple times has been the Lays of Beleriand, book 3 of the history of Middle-earth. Because I love Tolkien's poetry. It's one thing that I will be doing live streams of. I would love to do readings of his poetry. So beautiful. What is my stance on the missing beard of the Dwarvish princess? Oh, yeah. I expected them to do that. I'm not at all surprised. I was hoping that we would have bearded ladies just to normalize it. It would be nice. But I completely understand why they didn't do that, and it's because of modern beauty standards, which are bullshit anyway. But it's because of that, and it's because we already made that switch. We already made the dwarves way more attractive than they actually were. Dwarves were not meant to be super attractive. But you got the Hobbit trilogy, and suddenly all the dwarves are, daddy? Sorry. So we already made that switch. We already made that switch with the Hobbit trilogy. I am not at all surprised that they continued that trend. She gorgeous, though. Like, I'm not mad at it. But yeah, my thought of her not having a beard, I think it would have been nice, just to normalize that. But this is them looking to consumers. That's exactly what Amazon is doing. And so I don't blame them, but it doesn't look like she has a beard, but she might have whiskers if you zoom in. Fair. I'll take the time to do that at a different time. Again, like, guys, I'm so exhausted. I'm not feeling great. I do feel better than I did when I first woke up, but not stellar. And I've been live for what, like 4 hours now? Oh, this is my life. Okay, so we got the apothecary. We already covered that. These are nomadic hunters? Question mark? No clue. No clue whatsoever. That's a pretty damn big moose. That's all I'm saying. Like, wow. Those are some crazy big antlers. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I completely agree, Michael. The gold dust in her hair. I loved that detail. Let's go back up to that. Up, please. Woo, hello. I clicked without meaning to. If you look at her hair right here, along her part, she's got gold dust in her hair. And she's the one who obviously had gold dust on her hands, too. Bravo. Mama knows how to work. Love her. I love her already. Kick ass, girl. Kick some major ass. There's like She's hard as nails. Look at those eyes. Do not cross her. She will fuck your shit up. Love it. I love it. I love it. Love the vibe. Yes, I will definitely be reading Tolkien poetry. It's gonna happen. Irish elk had antlers that spanned 12 feet. Good lord. Well, there you go. There they are. Ooh. That's frightening. That is frightening right there. Good job, hunters. I mean, we know what the proper tools that hunters can bring down fully grown moose. Single-handedly. I watched it happen. Because I watch Alone. If anyone doesn't know the TV show I'm talking about, there's a TV show called Alone. Where survivalist people, they actually apply to be on the show. And then they are trained for the natural environment that they're going to be dropped in and trained how to operate machinery, camera stuff. They are given gear and they are dropped in the wilderness, and the person who lasts the longest wins. They win the money. And if they go past a certain amount of time being out there, and they are completely alone, other than medical check-in every so often. But they are completely alone. They just have to survive as long as they can. And for a lot of people, that means they lose a substantial amount of body weight, to the point that their BMI gets dangerously low. Which is why they have medical check-ins, so that if anybody gets injured and is not taking care of themselves, they can be pulled for medical reasons. And that actually happens a lot. But in that show, when they were dropped in the Arctic, one guy in the Arctic brought down a moose. And he had, like, a knife. I don't remember if he had a hatchet, but he had a knife of some sort. And he had... Actually, yeah, I think he had a hatchet and he had a bow and arrow. And he brought down a moose single-handedly. And then a wolverine got into his camp and ate all of the fat. All of the fat that he had procured from that moose. So all he had was really dense protein, and he started starving because he didn't have fat. It's a bonkers TV show, but it's quite entertaining, and it's really cool to watch people just try and survive off of nothing. So I've seen a person bring down a moose, so I know that's possible, but that's bonkers. Hey, Grey Matters, what is up? Podcast at the same time as y'all's lives? Oh, is everybody else live? I would not be surprised. I haven't looked. I have not looked, but I am not surprised at all. I'm over on YouTube. We're going back through the pictures, and then I'm probably going to call it quits because I'm not feeling well. Not feeling well today. And if my mom is visiting tomorrow, God, if my mom's visiting tomorrow, I need to get my feet under me so I can actually enjoy her visit. Ah, Donna's live. Okay. Don't have Twitter. Yeah, I'm on Twitch and YouTube. But yeah, so pretty cool. Little background look here, just set stuff, cameras. And then this is one of the final pictures. That's Halbrand, original character, mortal man, fugitive of some sort. We need to figure out what the heck is going on there. He's got some sort of necklace trinket. We shall see. Looks like there's some armor in the background here. Looks like there's a sword here. We got tools. Interesting. I'm curious where this is. Looks like it might be at Aegion. We shall see. And yeah, that's the final image. So that's where we're at. Fun pictures. Really looking forward to seeing Galadriel kick some butt. If she pulls a Xena, I will be super happy about it. You know, like, it's not very realistic, but if she does a flip over someone and does, like, a war cry, I'm gonna be, like, the happiest little queer kid ever. Like, if you can work in a Xena reference into the Lord of the Rings TV series, I'm gonna be a happy camper. Ah, okay. Prey is rabbits. Yeah, if you're a hunter, your prey is anything you can catch. That's pretty true. I'm doing great. I'm not feeling top-notch today, but I'm live. I managed to be live, and that's a triumph in and of itself. If everybody who's on YouTube, click the like button if you would, subscribe if you're not subscribed, that way you'll get notified, click the bell, YouTube words, all that stuff. I appreciate the support there. Specifically the support on YouTube is very, very helpful for me. Thank you. Ooh, cool, Crystal. I'm so excited for you to get your tattoo. Crystal over on TikTok commissioned me to do Familia ante omnia, translated into Neo-Sindarin, for a tattoo, which is family above all, or family above all else, before everything. So I translated that. Oh no. I have one spot on my hand that is eczema waiting to happen. No. I do not need an eczema flare right now. I mean, I know I'm stressed, but please don't do that to me. My body rebels, man. Water and sleep. Yeah, the sleep has not been the best the last week. I'm not gonna lie. I need a white noise machine is what I really need. Normally I have a fan going in my room. I left my fan back at my dad's house before I moved out, so I don't have the white noise. I've been trying to use an app on my phone instead, and it's okay, but like I'm not used to it yet, so I'm just not sleeping the best. And the last couple days I've had much later nights than I've wanted, so oh, thus the giant yawns. I promise I'll get some sleep and I'll have plenty of fluids today. Wait, is this the Xena warrior everyone was afraid of in the first trilogy? Xena warrior Arwen. Yes. So Arwen was given an outfit. They made an outfit for Arwen to be at Helm's Deep. And they filmed a lot of stuff of her at Helm's Deep. But all of that stuff got cut. It got cut. And I'm okay with that, because elves shouldn't have been at Helm's Deep at all in the first place, and I think that having her not be there actually gave Aragorn more motivation. He was like, I want to survive so I can go back to her, not necessarily worrying, oh my god, she's here, and I need to, like, make sure that she doesn't die on the battlefield, and, I feel like it was better for her to not be there. She looks good in anything, yeah, like, for sure. Liv Tyler can pull off a paper bag and just look fabulous. Absolutely agree with that. What am I most excited for in the new series? I'm really excited that there are people of color. Like, I know that sounds like woke bullshit, but I love seeing a more diverse cast here. I am really curious to see how they end up condensing everything together. That is something that I want to see how they do it, because it's a challenge. You know, as someone who's done pacing things with stories and helped with editing and publishing, and I've written my own books. Don't look me up. But as someone who's done that, pacing issues are tough. And when you're trying to condense 3,441 years. That's how long the Second Age is in Middle-earth. If you're condensing all of that into 5 seasons of a television show, and I mean they're talking 50 hours. If each episode is an hour long, we're talking 5 seasons of 10 episodes each. That's not a lot of time. It's not a lot of time to tell 3,000 plus years of history. So I understand them condensing it into a more condensed plot. But I want to see how they do it. I really want to see how they do it. And if they put in the mechanic that Sauron can be in more places at once. more than one place at once. If he can be in multiple places at the same time, that really changes the dynamic. Makes the whole thing kind of like, you're thinking you're winning. You think you're winning right now, but shit's about to hit the fan. Like, you think that Sauron's in a prison cell in Numenor, and he's, like, still deceiving people over in Eregion at the same time. Under a different guise. It would be interesting if they do it that way, but I want to know how they're going to do it. Because to me, you cannot tell the forging of the Rings of Power without Anatar. He's gotta be there. But you also can't talk easily about the fall of Numenor without Sauron being there corrupting the line of Numenor. Starting his dark Morgoth-worshipping cult in the Numenorians. All of this stuff happens in the Second Age, and trying to condense it is a tough task. So I really want to see what they do. I want to see what they do there. But one thing that I would like to see that I don't know if it'll be there is I really want to see some queer representation. I really, really want to see Celebrimbor and like a pansexual Anatar. Like, someone that everyone would want to bang. Thus, the ship name being Angbang, for Sauron Melkor. Sauron Morgoth fic is Angbang. And Silver Gifting. Silver Gifting is the fandom name for Celebrimbor Anatar. I would love to see Silver Gifting be a thing. Truly, truly hope that Silver Gifting is a thing. And just that they don't shy away from it. Like, even if it's just incidental, just make it very clear that it's there. I don't necessarily feel like anything explicit needs to be there. Like, I'm not pushing specifically for a gay sex scene. Like, I'm not pushing for that. I wouldn't turn it down if it's there, but I don't feel that having explicit sexual content is necessary in Tolkien's stories. I don't think it's necessary. But I'm not going to turn it down if it's there. Since when is it not silver fisting anymore? To me, that's the kinky stuff. I think Silver Gifting and Silver Fisting, they're both fandom names for Celebrimbor with Anatar. I think the only reason that one is used over the other is the tone. It's the tone. Silver Gifting is more fluff. Silver Fisting is more angst, shall we say. That's the way I distinguish the two. But they're both the same ship name. Why is Sauron bisexual? Because there are a lot of hints that Sauron goes about seducing. Like, that's part of how he commands. That makes sense. Sauron has a silver tongue. Sauron, like, you don't want to listen for him for too long, or else he's going to change your mind. Like, he's going to convince you that he's in the right. Because he's just that kind of character. Charisma out the ass. And I don't mean that literally, but maybe. But Sauron makes perfect sense being Pan. Bi/Pan, whatever. Because Sauron would let anybody worship him if it helped him, get closer to his goal. Sauron's very just, he's very goal-oriented. I think that he wouldn't be above trying to seduce Celebrimbor if that's what would get him what he wanted. And having that mindset means that it's not about the gender of the individual, the sex or gender of the individual that he is trying to get with. He could even be, a kind of ace. That sex is an act, but it's not something that he's actually into or wants. You could make an argument for that too. Either way, the reason that bi/Pan Sauron makes sense is because it doesn't matter to him. He's the type to just take what he wants. And what he wants is dependent on what it's gonna get him. You know, if Sauron decides he wants emotional comfort out of Celebrimbor, that's exactly what he's going to get out of Celebrimbor. No amount of resistance is really going to, stand up against Sauron. So it just makes sense. It makes sense for him to be queer in some way. Yeah, using sexuality as a form of power. Exactly. It's all about power dynamics with Sauron. But with it all being power dynamics, you also open the door of, what if this one time something was different? If it was just, he was doing the same thing he always does, using sex as a power tool, right? Which sounds really, really not appropriate. But using it as a tool for gaining power. But then, Celebrimbor comes along, and he actually starts to, catch feelings. Then what? I feel like that would create wonderful internal conflict for a bad guy like Sauron. So that's why I'm in full support of silver gifting / silver fisting. I really want that couple to have a chance on screen. I feel like it would really be good. I think it would be good. I think it would be good for the story. I think it would be good to show some, for lack of a better word, humanity, show some sort of relatability to Sauron. Make him a three-dimensional character. If he's evil for the sake of evil, you haven't done your job. It's lazy writing. It's lazy writing if you don't have a fully fleshed bad guy. So, those are my thoughts. That's what I want. He does who he wants, exactly. He does who and what he wants, at all times. That is, literally Sauron's MO. So, I'm in full support. I'm in full support of that. Silver tongue. Thanks. Hi, dragon. Okay, I'm probably gonna pull this to a close, you guys. I've been live for way too long. I've been live for 4 hours and 15 minutes now. That's a long live stream. I gotta stop doing this. I will go get more food, and I'm gonna get some rest today, because I think tomorrow my mom's gonna be here. Which is great, but it's also, it's gonna take my energy. In a good way. It's a positive stressor, but it's still a stressor. So I need to make sure that my body can hold up over this weekend, because, oh my word, Super Bowl Sunday is gonna be bonkers. It's gonna be madness. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the trailer. I'm super excited to see what they do. I'm super excited to see how they condense so much history into a single series. And hopefully we'll see some queer representation along with all of the racial diversity, which is awesome. So I'm all for it. Can't wait. Let's see what happens. Racists can go fuck themselves. I shall be strong. You guys too. Everybody please take care. I'm gonna call it to an end. Very excited though. Let's just let's switch this back super fast. Womp womp. Oh my gosh. Who am I? Okay. Do I look as tired as I feel? I am super tired. But thank you, everybody. Thank you for chilling out with me, taking a look at the article. I was really excited when I saw that it had been posted. I knew it was coming. They announced it yesterday, but did not have the oomph to get up super early for it. I was not going to be up at 6 a.m. for that. Nope. Hashtag nope. So not feeling my best. I'm going to try and regain my strength over the next day or two so that I can hit Super Bowl Sunday hard and we can be stoked, like all the hype. There will be so much hype. So everybody please take care. Thank you for hanging out with me. You want to learn one, Sindarin or Tengwar, which is better. Depends on what your motivation is. Do you want to speak Elvish or do you want to write Elvish? If you want to write Elvish, I suggest learning the Tengwar. The fun thing about learning Tengwar is you can read almost any language you want in it. Anything that's written in Tengwar you will then be able to decode if you learn Tengwar. So it's a detail-oriented thing. If you want to learn to speak Elvish, then Tengwar isn't going to help you do that. So it's all about motivation. If you want to learn the writing, learn Tengwar. Definitely recommend Tengwar Teacher over on TikTok. Jamie is fantastic. He's been doing it longer than I have, even. So check out Jamie. Also, if you want just a guide on how to learn how to write Tengwar, like English words into Tengwar, I have a free PDF guide for that. If you go to my website, elfboy.com, elf-boi.com. If you sign up for my mailing list, which I very rarely send out any emails, so you don't have to worry about spam. It's just me, and I don't have time for that. But I only send out emails if something super important is happening on my website. So if you sign up for my mailing list, in the welcome email, when you sign up for my mailing list, there is a link that will take you to the free PDF, and it teaches you everything you need to know, with a shit ton of examples of how to write words in English in Tengwar, which is called transliteration. It's not a translation, which is when you actually translate it into the other language, but changing the writing form. We're switching from the Latin alphabet to the Tengwar alphabet. So that is transliteration, as in literacy, writing. Got it? Got it? If you want to learn, elfboy.com, elf-boi.com, sign up for the mailing list, free PDF is yours. It took me an entire week to make that PDF. Worth it. Those were long nights. Not a problem. Happy to help. Absolutely happy to help. Everybody, please take care. I can't guarantee I'll be live on Saturday. I was thinking I was going to, but if my mom is in town, I'm going to spend time with my family instead. But I will be available for Super Bowl Sunday. Couldn't care less about the football game. I am only there for the trailer. But I'm going to have, hopefully, a setup so that I get my live reaction when the trailer actually plays. And then I'll go live sometime that evening to do some dissection, just share the hype. We'll share the hype. Yes, thank you, you guys. Please take care. Happy you enjoyed the stream. There will definitely be more live streaming. I love doing this. The interaction is what I thrive. It's tasty. The interaction is what keeps me going as a content creator, so I love seeing you guys here. Everybody, please take care. I will see you guys on the next one. At the very least, we'll see you on Sunday. Can't wait for the trailer. Bye, guys!